Hi, is Rachit here?
Yeah, hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can absolutely hear you. Hi, Rachit. Okay, so Rachit, I firstly have been following you personally for quite some time. Whether it's been your covers, whether it's been your collaborations, it's been so warm to hear, so personal to hear.
Thank you so much.
And just to introduce Rachit to everybody, um, he is a very passionate music, and I can personally testify this passion, having following his work for such a long while. Hailing from Delhi, and he wishes to spread his music like confetti, something that we absolutely support, and we're going to call him every year now. And he is a student and a lover of everything that is melodious. And okay, so while I was talking to Rajat, just a personal anecdote. He was telling me about his favorite songs, his favorite lyrics, and we were we were struggling so much to like pinpoint like just a couple of lines. And Rajat, I'd be very grateful if you could just start with those couple of lines, the Tylenol one especially.
Yeah. You want me to say the lines?
Sure.
Okay. So the line, this is from my favorite song. It's called Best Part by Daniel Caesar. And it's so I really love that line. So yeah. So should I just start?
Sure. Yes. Go ahead.
So thank you so much, Ritika, for that lovely introduction. Hi guys, my name is Rachit. I'm from Delhi. I'm a 19-year-old musician, and today I'm going to be performing some songs for you. So I'll start with my first song. This one is called Dear Happy by Dodi. So this song is really special. It's a letter to depression. And the lyrics of the song, they show a conversation between a person and depression and happiness. Sorry. So I'll just start. I missed you daily, thought I was nearly there. Forever at last, together. Is our time fleeting? Is even meeting a healthy idea? Or am I getting too near? Don't try to fight it. You're here for the night, and I'll be waiting for you until we meet again. I know it's scary, but don't be weary if we don't have too long. There's no wasted feeling wrong. This isn't the end, I'm your lifelong friend. Sure, it's don't try to fight it. You're here for the night, and I'll be waiting for you until we meet again. Oh. Would you mind staying? It's getting late, but I'll visit you soon. So just try to get through. And don't try to fight it. You're here for the night, and I'll be waiting for you until we meet again. And I'll be waiting for you until we meet again. So that was Dear Happy by Dodi, one of my favorites, such a lovely song. And I hope you like that. So moving on to my next song. Thanks guys, thanks Ritika. I really appreciate your comments. Hindi now. So this one is called Dil Beparwa. It's by Pratik Uhad and Ankur Tiwari. another one of my favorites. So I'm going to sing that now. थोड़ी थोड़ी है सबकी सुनी, थोड़ा कुछ तो सबने कहा, थोड़ा थोड़ा समझा भी मगर दिल ये माने कहा, बस इसकी जिद है दिल बे है, खोकर भी कुछ ना मिला, इस दिल की आदत यही है, गिर कर संभलता नहीं है, जालिम समझता नहीं है ये कोई जुबान, ये दिल बेपरवाह, ये दिल बेपरवाह, कतरा कतरा हो गया, दिल ये बिखरता गया, दुनिया गुजरती रही, टुकड़ों पे चलती रही, बस इसकी जिद है दिल बेफिक्र लापता, कैसी धुन है खोकर भी कुछ ना मिला, इस दिल की आदत यही है, गिर कर संभलता नहीं है, जालिम समझता नहीं है ये कोई जुबान, दिल बेपरवाह, ये दिल बेपरवाह, ये दिल बेपरवाह. Okay, so that was Dil Beparwa by Pratik Kuhad and Ankur Tiwari. Hopefully, so this one is and this song is called Fix You. So I'm going to start it. When you try your best but you don't succeed, when you get what you want but not what you need, when you feel so tired but you can't sleep, stuck in reverse, and the tears come streaming down your face, and you lose something you can't replace, when you love someone but it goes to waste, could it be worse? try, you never know just what you're worth. Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones. And I will try to fix you. Lights will guide your bones, and I will try to fix you. So that was my final song. That was my set. So that was Fix You by Coldplay. I really hope you liked my set. And I'd really like to thank Letters to Strangers for inviting me and for asking me to perform. It was, I had a really fun time. So thank you so much, Letters to Strangers. This was a great event. So thank you so much for having me. So I'll just mute myself now.
Thank you so much for playing Fix You, because I personally was having kind of a down day today, and you singing Fix You was probably the only thing I needed. Oh god, I think I'm in tears right now.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming today.
Bye bye.
Right. All right, for the next uh, speaker, I think I would like to call upon Amelia to introduce her. Amelia, over to you.
Uh, yes. Is Chaya here? Okay, I'll just introduce her and then we can just wait a bit until she's here. So, Chaya is a creative communication specialist with over 6 years of demonstrative business development, community engagement, and multimodal content building experience. Chaya is the founder of Bate.in and Portable.in. She holds a master's degree with distinction in digital culture and society from King's College London, and with notable titles such as TEDx, WWF, Microsoft Create to Inspire Fellowship, and UN speaker under her belt. She is well versed in social media engagement and event curation, and an expert in digital communication, outreach, corporate and internal communications, audio and visual content direction and production, digital growth, and innovative communication tools such as podcasts, workshops, webinars, etc. Keeping this in mind, who better than her to explore the unexplored and murky social media waters that are filled with plastic, seaweeds, and fauna alike? Today, she's here to talk about media beyond the surface level and its role in social dynamics. So, over to Chaya if she's here.
Hi, Amolya. So I think Chaya will be a little late. She's tied up somewhere. So why don't you continue for a while?
Okay, I have nothing special to say aside from the fact that, okay, I mean, we just need to wait for like 5 minutes and see, just to make sure she's here and we're not eating up her time. But yeah, let's just hope she's here in 5 minutes before I start blabbering.
Okay, so Chaya is still not here, unfortunately, and keeping our guests waiting is rude. My mom instilled that into me, and I would never ever make anybody wait. So, in the meantime, I'd like to call Amolya.
Hello, I'm here. Hello.
The angel girl of Letters to Strangers, and she will now be talking about her personal experience.
Hello. So, I'm pretty sure if you guys were here yesterday, you must have heard a lot about personal experiences, um, and how they're all very different, obviously, for everybody. So, I don't even know where to begin with my personal experiences because my life has been like a roller coaster that just never stops. It's just going on and on. There's no landing for this roller coaster. So, so I think the main thing that I want to speak about is my diagnosis with ADHD and how it's currently impacting my life and how it's become a big facet of my life, and I still have no idea about how to go about with the diagnosis. Um, if we have any clue about ADHD, it's just that, it's the most over diagnosed condition, but also at the same time very underdiagnosed. So it goes both ways. And when you're stuck in that limbo of it being overdiagnosed, and then you think, oh no, I'm probably overreacting, I probably don't have ADHD, versus when it's so under represented or just like under diagnosed, you're just like, oh my god, I could possibly have it, but whom do I go speak about this to? So that's one of the main things I've been struggling with, is that to put my experience with ADHD into words, because a lot of it is behavioral, like when I first got the diagnosis, there were so many emotions, but one of the two important emotions were that I was just very, very angry, but at the same time, I was just very validated that, okay, my behavior has a name for it, but at the same time, it was just like, you know, how will I manage the rest of my life knowing that I have ADHD? How will I be able to, you know, fit this into the chaos that my life already is? But and see, the thing is, growing up, I've been around people who love planning. They like they've planned out their whole lives ahead of them, and I've always been the type that's just like, oh my god, I don't even know if I'm going to make it to the next day, you know. So when you're around people who love planning, who love to dedicate a good chunk of their time trying to decide, okay, this is what I'm going to do, I'm very sure of it, and then you're just on the other hand like, oh my god, how am I going to do this? I don't know what to do. So I think the main issue also with ADHD comes with the fact that if you identify as a girl, chances of you being taken seriously when you bring up ADHD is very, very, very low. It's abysmally low. It's just so sad that so my psychiatrist mentioned that that the DSM was basically written as in the diagnostic book that the psychiatrists follow for diagnosing you with any mental health related disorder. It was written by stinky old white men who absolutely worked on stereotypes. And I think the first stereotype that we notice with ADHD is that you need to be a boy who's very hyper, as opposed to being a girl who's very docile, someone who doesn't speak much, or just someone who doesn't, you know, do anything. You're like an introvert, so your chances of getting diagnosed with ADHD is much lower. But to my surprise, my psychiatrist also mentioned that a lot of people get diagnosed with ADHD if they're lucky enough to meet the right person when they're adults, like when they start their masters, not even at like 18 or 19, like when they're like 21, 22. That is when people start realizing, oh my god, I could have ADHD, and someone's like, yeah, you have ADHD. So yes, so this, so like I said, this is also like a growth. It's a journey. It's going. The roller coaster is still going. But yeah, thank you so much for listening. I would like to wrap this up, and then we can introduce the next person. Thank you. Hello, it's me again. So I will be introducing Ariana. Hello. So everything we see and experience around us plays a key role in shaping our mental health, both in the short term and long term. The visual medium is extremely powerful and something that sticks with us vividly. Even tiny things like scrolling past a cute illustration or a humorous comic on our Instagram feeds can evoke a ton of positive emotions within us, and we hope to explore the impact with the creators of such art in our upcoming panel, The Therapeutic Nature of Art and Design. This panel comprises of young visual artists, illustrators, and graphic designers, and will be moderated by Ariana Gupta, a graphic designer, a graphic design student and published children's book author who initiates conversations about important topics such as feminism and mental health through her art. She was a part of the July event 2020, where she spoke about her book, New Age Fairy Tales, which has sold over 1,000 copies. So over to you, Ariana.
Thank you so much for the beautiful introduction. Um, so I'm just gonna introduce our panelists. So first off, we have Anada Menon. Anada is a visual artist based in Pune. Her core interest lies in illustrations. She's illustrated ch- she's illustrated children's books, magazines, and music album covers. She loves drawing animals, hi, in traditional
Hi.
and digital mediums. It has always been a part of her personal work since she started her journey as an artist. Moving on to Rashi. Rashi is a Bangalore-based freelance design illustrator and pattern maker. Her illustrations are oftentimes inspired from real-life instances which result in enduring characters. Hi, Rashi. Other than characters, her illustrations also revolve around her plants, which she fondly tends to. She believes her eclectic work is a true reflection of her personality and a testament to the fact that every project is a learning opportunity. Anushri's journey started as a passion project out of little scribbles that
Hi.
brought joy on a mundane day in a corporate job to working as an illustrator. She completed her graduation and master's from NIFT with a freelance stint in Italy, and then worked in a fashion retail corporate organization as a product manager. But life has its own plans, and beautifully so, she now creates art for happiness. She runs her business handle by the name of Pocketful of Happiness. The aim is to make people self aware, savoring the little things of life, and to start a conversation around mental health and well being. She is associated with a couple of NGOs and does commissions on the side. She believes that life is meaningless without a purpose, and today she can proudly say that hers is to bring happiness to people's lives through her art. Saloni is a 21-year-old design student who makes art to get through college in between all the crying, ranting, and ripping scenes. Tell me about it. Most of what she draws is based on what she sees around her, subconsciously making herself the subject of most of her illustrations. The quarantine turned out to be her biggest source of inspiration, and over the past 1 year, she was successfully able to make art she could call hers. So,
Hi
a
guys.
round of applause. Hi for all our panelists. Thank you so much for joining us and chiming in. So, my first question, which is to all of you, would be sort of like a basic one, but an important one. So, what sparked your interest in art and design? And could you share a little bit about your journey as an illustrator and how you got to where you are today? So, anyone who's ready can take the floor.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead. Go for it.
So actually, like when I actually think about it, I've been a freelance illustrator for 3 years now. So I think I came into this line because I guess whatever like I picked just before that, I wasn't really like happy while doing it. So actually, I specialize in painting from Bangalore, Chitrakala Parishad, and I specialized in it for 3 years. And then I made this huge jump into digital work. So I was, I was designing websites and doing a completely different thing. So in like 3 years, I realized that it was getting me like there was like salary coming in every month, but it's like there's no happiness coming in every month. So I was like, I needed to use, I needed to use the digital medium in such a way where I feel happy about it, where I feel like I can kind of communicate with people, because I think like what I was working on was kind of limited. I wasn't really connecting to an audience, I wasn't connecting to people as such. And I couldn't, it was not something I wanted to do in my free time as well. So I had started illustrating while I was working, and then I was like, as soon as I shifted back to Pune, I was wondering, let me jump into this and let me try it out. So Instagram was kind of already out there, so I just started experimenting, putting up stuff there, and I didn't want any filters with my work. I just put out whatever I wanted, and I was just testing out my mediums first. It wasn't really about pleasing an audience, so I just put out my stuff, and I was like, yeah, this is what I actually want to do, because this actually makes me happy, and it's like even makes other people happy. That's how I just started out. Yeah.
That's wonderful. I mean, figuring out that balance between what makes you happy and then also you can make bank with gets difficult. So finding that sweet spot, really happy for you. Anyone else who would like to share their experience and journey?
So I'll go ahead. So I have been painting for as long as I can remember, and to take a paper and just scribble used to be something that I would do even as a kid. And growing up, my parents were there for me constantly to tell me, that this is something you're good at and you should push yourself to do better. And that's exactly where it started. And then I had to take a break from illustrating and painting and just drawing random shit in like ninth and 10th grade, because everybody was telling me that that was the time you're supposed to be concentrating on your academics for you to have a proper career in the future. And the 2 years I took a complete break from painting, and I completely forgot that I have canvases stashed inside my cupboard. And then in 11th grade again, I had a teacher who would constantly push me, and then he convinced me to take fine arts as one of my core subjects. And I realized how much I was missing out on and how happy it made me to get back to it. And that's where I decided that in the future, if I want to pursue a career, it would be somewhere in the creative field, so that there's still time for me to explore what I like while still doing something that would get me money. But today I have realized that I would rather pick being an illustrator than having the money that people would tell me that you would get from a day-to-day job, like a basic 9 to 5, that people would say, this is where money is, and artists don't make it here anymore. But I think that's again something that is not very true, because if you're happy making what you're making, I think that's all the satisfaction that you need. And that is exactly how I've come here. And then I'm still telling myself that there's so much more for me to learn, and I'm looking forward to all of that as well.
Very true. Anushri or Rashi, whoever's ready.
Yeah, I'll go ahead. I think Rashi is
Rashi,
speaking.
you're on mute. You're on mute.
Yeah.
Mute the whole time. Oh shit. Okay.
It's okay.
Could not hear the birds in my background. Brilliant. Okay. I started out, I did my graduation as a textile designer. So I had actually a huge textile portfolio when I started out, I suppose. And I realized that wasn't something I was really happy. I think that's very much like what was being brought up before, that we have to follow things that bring us joy, and in turn, if we can bring joy to someone else, I think our jobs are done as illustrators. I just remember that I love textiles, but I wasn't absolutely happy with where I was headed. And I realized that drawing was something that definitely excited me, brought a smile to my face. Like, great, let's find a way to make this a full-time career. I don't think I'm still a full-time illustrator. I still part-time work as a pattern designer, and that's why I think it shows a bit on the work that I create. So I'm still somewhere in the mix where I'm trying to figure out home decor, illustration, how do we make it work? And I'm finding a happy medium between the two. Yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm Anushri. First of all, thanks for inviting me to this wonderful panel. All of you all are great artists, needless to say. So my journey started a few months back as an illustrator. Prior to this, I was working as a product manager with Aditya Birla Fashion Retail and Lifestyle. I was working with Peter England for 3 years. And I did my bachelor's in accessory design and master's in fashion management. So last year, when I decided to get married to the love of my life, I decided to quit my job because we were shifting bases. Thank you. We were shifting bases. I was shifting to Ahmedabad at that time. So I quit my job, and unfortunately, my wedding got postponed 6 months thanks to COVID. So it was scheduled in June. It got postponed to December, and I was searching for another jobs in Ahmedabad and applying elsewhere. Meanwhile, I was always into art journaling. So back in 2015, I was diagnosed with clinical depression, and I still suffer from anxiety disorder. I have agoraphobia, which is the fear of enclosed spaces. So back then in 2015, we didn't have so much of awareness of mental health. So I didn't go to any therapy. So I started journaling, and my form of journaling was art journaling. I started venting out using art. I started venting out my feelings. All my decisions were art-based. Everything. I had a separate art book dedicated to art journaling. I used to cut pictures from here and there and stick it to it. I used to draw. So in 2000, and meanwhile, during my corporate job and during my master's, I was doing that part-time. But in 2020, when everything was shut down, I started pursuing it again. I used to, give interviews on the side and do my art journaling on the side. And I just started uploading it to the world on Instagram in July 2020. And it started receiving, people started, flooding my DMs with that your creation is like the art at the end of the tunnel. So it gave me a little, confidence that yeah, I can post it, and it made me realize that I'm not alone in this journey. People are there, and so that's how I built up a community online. And yeah, so here am I.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing your journey. I mean, I want to thank all of you for sharing bits and pieces of your life with us. And I guess as artists, we've established that we really need to be in touch with our emotions, and um, we're led by our emotions, which is why if something doesn't make us happy, you try and change that, which I think is wonderful. And very few people can actually act on those feelings. And I'm so glad that all of you were able to. So my next question is again related to sort of like the pandemic, because we touched upon that, and also our individual mental health. So my next question would be, we it's not a surprise. These past 2 years, 1.5, 2 years have been very difficult for all of us. So I was just wondering, how has the lockdown affected your personal work? Like, has it been a time where you feel more inspired and feel like making more things, or has it had the complete opposite effect where you just felt like you were in a creative block and you were unable to get out of it? Whoever is ready, whoever wants to answer the question.
I think we'll just follow the same pattern.
Sure.
So actually, truthfully, like let's say around this time last year, I guess like I think everyone, though we were shut at home, everyone had this need to be active or working or doing something. No one actually thought of taking a break within their homes as well. They thought that if someone asked, "Oh, what are you up to?" and said, "I don't have anything to do," so it's like people start feeling weird as soon as they hear that oh no, I'm not doing anything. Everyone else is busy though they're at home. So I was like that kind of hit me, like because work kind of started coming, like it was trickling in rather than coming in like a full force, because now it's kind of settled. But last year I found like work was like a little slow. So during that time I could kind of push my personal work ahead. So I saw this good like a chunk of 2 months where I thought it's okay, work is not coming in, because anyway the other advantage for me was that I live with my family, so I have a great support system without whom actually I wouldn't be doing all these things. So because of them, like I could actually depend on them and kind of give myself time. So I started building on my personal work, where I started like, I think last year we had a lot of apart from the pandemic, we had a lot of political unrest within our country as well. So I saw a lot of people posting, like a lot of artists I follow posting only about that. So throughout my feed, that's all I saw, that there was no break anywhere, where people are just posting regular art, something colorful or something, I don't know, something emotionally connected. Everything had something harsh, and that too, reading that within these times was a little difficult. So I thought, like, why don't I start anyway? For me, it is more of uh, to kind of make something that makes you visually happy, then not really weigh in on something that is socially going to, where you relate to it. For me, it should be visually vibrant or visually cute, or like that, something like that. So I actually I also went kind of in that same stream of things, where I started taking up a serious topic, but then I'm like, why am I doing this? Like, I know people are already reading pretty heavy things. So I kind of last year I shifted into a very, I shifted into this series called Chonky Animals, where I drew like 31 fat animals. So during the span of those 3 months, I think just like giving people like 2 seconds of a breather within their feed just to see that and say, and just to kind of giggle or chuckle for like 2 seconds and then kind of move on to the next thing was something
Yeah.
I was actually targeting on. So everyone had this constant, everything was too heavy on social media. So kind of making this and exploring, for me it became a very different aspect of what you say, the way I was exploring a medium as well. So it became different for me and it became different for my audience as well. So despite like not like having that the pressure of like constantly working, but I had that goal of at least working on this, so that like for me and for my audience there's a balance of happiness. So yeah, that's how I actually took advantage of the pandemic. I was actually, if you look at it, even our costs kind of went down. We weren't constantly going out, or there's nothing like that. So I was actually looking at all my savings. I was like, wow, I saved up so much. So COVID like came as an advantage in a for few not for everyone, but for a lot of like people it did, because you were stuck at home and you were doing, and obviously everyone is cooking at home, and costs actually went down. So in that aspect, somewhat I saw it as an advantage, because because of work, and most importantly to know who are the people who actually care about you. So yeah, so
Yeah.
that's how I feel. Yeah, that's how the time went last year. So yeah.
Thank you, Saloni.
Yeah, so for me, I think so. I'm still in college, and I was here in Delhi for 2 years, and right at the end of my second year, the whole pandemic situation started, and I think for a good 1 month, I was still in denial of the fact that I'm back home living with my parents again. And I was like, I'm not in having my crazy college experience, and I'm stuck inside four walls. And I was really, really, I was very, it was very chaotic inside my head. I did not know what to do. And because there was no college, I had no other way of spending my time because we were all inside. And I'm also a person that just goes out a lot. And to stay inside my house became quite difficult for me. And in that time I realized that I should get back to illustrating, because in the first 2 years of college it kind of took a back seat because I was still getting into the groove of college, getting the hang of things, and I didn't spend too much time thinking about what I could be making. So I started this series called Me in the Quarantine, and that was just me sketching myself in different parts of my house doing different things throughout the day. And as much as I thought how jobless I was, funnily enough, I had around 12 or 20 illustrations in that series, just me in different corners of the house, doing different things. And then this friend of mine texted me, and then he's in a long distance relationship, and this time wasn't good for all of these people because they were all away from their loved ones. And he was like, I have a lot of thoughts that I can't put into words, but I want to, and I want to be able to visually present it to the world. And I was like, that's great, there'll be a lot of people who will be able to relate to this right now. So we started with the Humdrum series. It was like a series of 6 comics, and that was received very well by the people on my Instagram, and that was so uplifting because I am very self-critical, and I think twice before putting something out because I'm scared of how I'm being perceived. So that was like a good thing for me because I was able to put out work without thinking too much about it. And from there, it just kind of got easier for me because anything I drew, I was starting to accept it as my art instead of good art. And I pressurized myself too much to make art that's nice, and people will see and be like, oh my god, this is one of your best works. And I was like, each piece that I produce has to be better than the previous one. And then throughout the entire time I was at home alone with myself and my work, I realized that that's not how it has to be. You can make something that's not nice once, and then the other time you can make something that's amazing. So there was that time that I was able to spend with myself and tell myself that it's okay if you're just making something that's normal, and it's not groundbreaking, and that's totally fine. And you could also be making something groundbreaking. So it's all a mix. It's a mixed bag. So yeah.
Yeah, it took me a while to realize that for myself, but words of wisdom, everyone should take note. Rashi, you were saying, I'm so sorry.
No, I want, so, I mean, building a lot on what I think Anada mentioned before, that we were, I think there was a lot of negativity being posted online, and, it was quite a disheartening time at the beginning of the pandemic. that we needed like content that we could laugh and smile and just have those few moments for. And I think that's where I think our jobs as illustrators who want to create content that makes people happy just became more important for us, even in our personal projects that we were showcasing on social media. But surprisingly, I don't know if it was everyone's case or just mine. I did notice that as a freelancer, I got more projects during the pandemic than I did pre-COVID. I mean, of course, just before COVID, I had graduated from college, so I didn't really have a huge portfolio to show to clients. So maybe I just didn't have the work that they wanted. And maybe over the pandemic, I figured out what was it that I wanted to present to my clients. So there was a clearer message I was sending across. But I did see that people were more accepting towards taking on work from freelancers because everyone was working from home. So, location didn't matter. So yeah, that was a plus. I mean, I really don't want to diminish, what everyone else was going through during that point. But definitely this was a big positive in the freelance business as an illustrator that I saw.
Thank you for sharing. Anushri.
Yeah, so I think Ananda, Rashi, and Saloni have already covered most of the points. But I would like to add that for me personally, it was a blessing in disguise because it helped me explore a side of me that I didn't know I had. As an illustrator, I started from the basics, from A to Z of illustrations. I was a student again. After leaving college for 4 years now, I became a student again. I constantly try to upskill in any way, any topic that I have. All my skills, I try to hone it. And yeah, so basically for me, it was more of a learning process the entire year than producing and posting online.
That's wonderful. Taking the time out to sit and learn. My own experiences were similar to yours, wherein I had to deal with, being back at home with my parents and then figuring out that, I'm actually thriving and not just like sulking away in a corner. And a lot of you mentioned, dealing with negativity online and how to combat it through art. So I was just wondering if you could share with us any messages that you receive from all those who consume your work. If you have any anecdotes that you would like to share, things people said to you um, about your work and how it made them feel, if you are comfortable.
Okay, I mean, I can go. I don't
Yeah.
want to flatter myself by saying that I get many messages because I don't. Um, but I think most of the messages I do receive are from people who are trying to find their mode of expressing more than I think compliments of my art. I mean, this just the generic comments that we all get. So, I mean, the most meaningful messages I have received have been the one where people are maybe trying to find their art styles. They're trying to figure out what can we do to improve ourselves.
Right.
And then they reach out. And I mean, not saying that I have all the answers, but I like to answer the questions to my understanding and my capacity. And hopefully I can help them with whatever their concerns might be.
Thank you for that honest response. Anada, I think you mentioned a few people reached out to you or something along those lines, wherein you were like, yeah, I made all these animals and people reacted positively.
Correct. So actually, I think that is one of my series that actually got me that response because people literally on the comments or personally would kind of say that I was having a really bad day and this is what really made me happy. So that's what I made this a very interactive thing. So even after I finished like 3 illustrations from the series, I actually made this into a whole audience choice thing. I actually put it up on my stories. You give me animal suggestions and I'll make this for you so that you see it and that at least makes your day. So even if like at some point I can give back to my audience in a way, this even bigger than giving, like, people have giveaways and stuff. I really feel guilty about giveaways because I want to give all my followers everything, like like you can send just one person or two people something. So this, in this way, like visually, being able to treat people like that and kind of sometimes let them have the upper hand of what you create is also kind of nice. So I think in a way this series kind of helped me kind of even think about the audience as well, that like there are too many people, too many artists who are getting a little too serious with their work. So yeah, this kind of helped me create that break. So even the series I'm doing now, I actually was on a break from Instagram, but then I kind of came back just to kind of put stuff again because we went into the next phase of lockdown. So I was like, let me do this again, let me put out another series. So I think that cycle is like constant. Like whenever I feel like I need to create something happy, I think I should share that with other people. So it's just that cycle. So
That's such a wonderful sentiment. Thank you so much for doing this. Um, Saloni and Anushri, if you have anything to add.
So, one of the biggest things that people, were struggling to deal with is the fact that they will be celebrating their birthdays at home. And I was also one of those people. Actually, both my birthdays went in the lockdown. Last year, on the 3rd of May, they just had the second or third lockdown in effect. And I was like, great, this is exactly what I had planned to do on my 20th, stay at home. And I made this one particular illustration where it was me sitting in front of a cake and there's wine which said Sasti wine. And everybody was like, dude, I don't understand. I would never have thought that I'm not the only person going through this, A lot of people were like, I feel bad for feeling bad about the fact that I'm spending my birthday at home and there's so much other things to be worried about at the moment, So to see that there are other people also going through similar struggles, it's kind of, it's reassuring. And it was reassuring for me as an artist as well, because I was drawing things that were very personal to me. And I was very, very afraid of being judged for my feelings and my emotions, and then to see that people were also relating to it in a way. And a lot of people would just tell me that, dude, this was exactly my mood in the morning today, and to see this on someone's page as an illustration is just so much more nice. And I'm like, I think I'm like, yeah, I've made it as an illustrator, people like what I'm doing.
Yeah, the universal nature of art is what makes it so powerful, right? You think you're creating for yourself, but then there are going to be hundreds of people who can sort of like relate to you, or people who can't really put what they feel into art, but you've done it for them, which is just a wonderful feeling.
Yeah, so for me, I started this series called hashtag Know Yourself Better, wherein I asked my audience I posted a question every Friday and with a small illustration every Friday, and asked a question to them. For example, five things that you like about yourself, or five things that you are good at, or something like that. Five mistakes of your life that, helped you learn something in life, something like that every Friday. And I asked them, don't tell me anything, don't comment, don't DM, just answer it for yourself and keep it for yourself. So I think two or three people got back to me with their journal. They took picture of their journal and sent it to me, that see what you made us do. This is what I learned about myself. So, such small things aren't, that small. They're so big. So something like that helped us.
Yeah, that's really sweet. I mean, you think you have no influence and you think you're just doing the small thing by putting up the story, but it touches people in ways you probably can't even imagine. So which is just wonderful. Now, since the panel is called the therapeutic effects of art and design, I think we should have one question at least where we talk about the therapeutic effects of art and design, and that's our closing question. And I would like to disrupt the order a little bit, and I would like Anushri to answer first, only because of her past experiences and even what she continues to do today. So, yeah, that's my question. What do you think about art therapy, and how do you think it helps people? And should more people should this sort of be pushed, wherein more people who may not be artistically inclined also take some sort of an interest in it?
Yeah. So as I said in 2015, um, uh, after everything, my doctor prescribed, my psychiatrist prescribed me two medicines, which really got my head, spinning. It was bad, and the medicines were actually bad, so I discontinued it, and turned myself towards art journaling completely. I didn't know anything about therapy. I didn't know, there are professionals who you can hire, who you can pay to tell about yourself and tell what you're going through and seek help. I didn't know any of that at that point of time. So, yeah, so it helped me inventing out, the lines. Whenever I was angry, the lines were different. Whenever I was sad, the lines were different. The colors were different. So all these elements together, helped me heal from within, which at that time I didn't realize, but now when I think of it, it did really. So yeah, art as a whole. And now there is something called art therapy that's there, wherein people actually seek for art therapy, and that is incredible. We have a coloring book for adults also in the market, so that's incredible. So yeah, it actually helped me heal.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience with us. I would like to open it to everyone else to answer what they feel about it and how art making has helped lift their mental health on bad days.
So, Anushi mentioned coloring books for adults, right? And they are life changing. You know, on days you don't have the energy or ideas to make something new. So, I would just sit with a bunch of wax crayons because that totally reminded me of things I used to do as a kid. And I rediscovered how beautiful that medium was. I just pick a bunch of random wax crayons and just scribble all over the paper, do what I felt like doing and not what I should have been doing, which is when I mentioned about making, shit art and having bad days. And, it was very nice and therapeutic in a way that I was able to realize, and I had a cathartic release, that people would call it. And that was majorly how I deal with, having bad days during a pandemic, because I had my parents, but they were also going through a lot of issues, and I did not want to feel like, venting out to somebody would, it might just add to their issues, because my parents would also be worried about the fact that, oh no, she also has issues she's going through. And parents being parents, they just, they get worried about it. So I resorted to coloring books, and they were life changing. And I would totally recommend everybody to, own at least one that you have with you. You're on the go and you just feel like scribbling something down on a paper, and then you have your colors, and it's just wild and crazy and very, very nice.
Thank you so much. Rashi and Anura, just short closing statements from you because I have to wrap this up in the next 5 minutes. But I would just like to know what your thoughts are on the therapeutic nature of art. Rashi, would you like to go first?
Um, okay. I think, I mean, for art, I just believe that art equals to happiness, whatever medium, whatever you choose, you want to do. But the biggest realization I had is that we need to stop going about saying that we need to make these aesthetic pleasing images, but just express what we want to express. And I don't believe someone is a bad artist or a good artist. Throw those parameters and those the rules that you have in your head and just start creating. You don't have to show it. You want to show it to someone, go ahead, do that. But it could just be a form of just representing how you're feeling. And yeah, that can push you off any kind of funk that you're in at that point of time. Yeah.
Thank you so much for reminding us about, separating good artists and bad artists and just getting rid of that whole notion. Anada, over to you.
Uh, so for me, in a way, how I've used art as therapy is that usually when if we feel sad and stuff like that, we kind of see. I haven't kind of showcased the dark side of my art in a very long time. So I have like that side, but I don't tap into it because I feel like I should draw happier things when I'm sad. So I think I tapped into that side of my work when I, like, let's say, like the most recent worst part was probably when I broke up. So I was like, let me channel that pain, but let me make that positive, because by the end of the day, that art is going to be permanently there, which I'll have to look at later. So for me not to connect with that with this situation, I would rather look at that work and say, oh, I made something colorful there. So maybe I was moving ahead. So I kind of see it in that way, where I start kind of, I think everyone should kind of do that, where you kind of, whenever you draw, whenever you feel low, try drawing something a little happy and a little colorful. It kind of really, like, brings so much more life, to your day. Even if you just like paint a swatch of yellow is good enough. That color just makes everyone happy. So I guess like everyone should do that. Like even like Saloni said, like having like, scribbling, or having this, like an adult, like a coloring book, all these things, these activities which are very different from that emotion which brings you down. You do something a little contrast to it, sometimes it really helps you move forward. So yeah, that's what I feel about it.
Thank you so much. I think we had a wonderful discussion, very insightful. And I hope everyone who's watching can go pick up their crayons or color pencils and start scribbling away and they feel better. But thank you so much for joining us today. And I hope this was a good discussion for you all as well. But that's all I have to say. Just like a short round of applause for all of us. I'm just going to pass it over to my colleagues who will take it forward. But thank you.
Thanks for
Thank
having me.
you.
This was so much fun.
This was fun. Bye.
Yeah.
Nice to meet
Lovely
all.
talking to all of you.
Bye.
Hello, so I will be introducing our next speaker. So her name is Sunita, and she's from Samaritans, Mumbai. Samaritans Mumbai offers emotional support for those who may be stressed, distressed, or even suicidal. Actively working in the field of mental health and striving to support those in need since 1968, and have conducted over 6,342 calls, averaging about 17 calls a day, responded to 4,282 emails, averaging 11.7 emails a day, and conducted 52 various outreach events or activities, including talks at colleges, corporate offices, and NGOs. Theirs was the first branch of the Samaritans UK to be established outside of England, and has formerly been known as Samaritans Bombay and Samaritans Sahara. It is a fully qualified member of Befrienders India under the umbrella of Befrienders Worldwide, and works with its sister organizations in India and around the world. For all of you who don't know about the organization, Samaritans Mumbai is a 100% volunteer run organization where all the potential volunteers have to go through a rigorous training program along with regular refreshers and monthly meetups for the current volunteers. And like I mentioned, today we have Sunita from the Samaritans Bombay, who's going to talk to us about the organization, including the little details about the helpline providing non-judgment, confidentiality, and anonymity, and recruiting people who are untrained in mental health counseling to be there and to help someone who might be in a truly dangerous situation. She's a former banker with over 7 years of voluntary work in suicide prevention, and Sunita is a senior volunteer and mentor in Samaritans Mumbai. So over to you, Sunita.
Thanks, Amulya. That was a very comprehensive overview of what we do at Samaritans. So just to start with, Samaritans Mumbai is a helpline, as Amulya explained. Our current timings are 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. every day. We also offer 24 hours email support for anyone who might want to email us. So prior, we were open for 6 hours, but because of remote working, we've been able to do this. So just to correct, we are not a branch of Samaritans UK, but we were the first center set up outside UK with the name Samaritans. So Samaritans Mumbai is a place where anyone can reach out to us either by phone or by email. It's a hotline. So what is a hotline? A hotline is essentially like a crisis intervention. So someone need not be in a crisis to reach out to us. They could just be, wanting to talk about something that has been on their mind and it has been troubling them. What stops people from talking to others around them? Be it their family members, be it their friends. Perhaps they are scared that they might be trivialized or they might be judged or, even quickly slotted into some little category that this is going to work for you, try the solution or try some other solution. Maybe they even tried talking to somebody, but it did not go well. And that kind of burned them, and they feel no one is really going to listen to me anymore. So just imagine, as this kind of aloneness keeps building up. So you are on the outside talking to everybody and you're fine, you're social, you're etc., you're doing okay. But inside there are a lot of things on your mind and you're unable to come out with it because either, you have not had a good experience earlier. So this is literally like a pressure cooker where the pressure keeps building up. And we all know what happens, right, to a pressure cooker when the pressure builds up too much. So at Samaritans, the main training, Amulya, when she introduced us, said we do a lot of rigorous training. So the main training that we do is to help our volunteers to really provide a safe space for anyone who reaches out to us by assuring them and conveying to them that there is no judgment, it's completely confidential, and they do not even need to share their personal details. So they can remain anonymous if they prefer, right? So who's the person who can provide this? So obviously our volunteers do not need to have a psychology background, but maybe they need some basics like an interest in the other person, a passion for the cause of suicide prevention, mental health advocacy, really wanting to destigmatize conversations around mental health and to be able to talk about it, So somebody with this kind of an attitude or an approach, we are happy to take you on. And then we provide the training that is required for you to be able to man a helpline or a hotline or reply on email, right? So this is basically what we do and how we do it. So I was just reading up, the beautiful work that Letters to Strangers does. And with your permission, I was really quite entranced that with every communication that you'll send out, you'll send art and a poem. So I just penned down a few lines and I would just like to read it out. And after this, I will just go into the backstory of how I started my work with Samaritans. The darkness is growing. Hope is fading. Whose hand is it that grasps mine? No longer alone, I can see some light. This, in a nutshell, is what we do at Samaritans. So what drew me to this kind of work was I found out that one of my school friends had taken his life by suicide. And I spent a lot of time thinking about what may have been on his mind, in the last few hours before he took the fatal step to end his own life. And that really stayed with me. So what came out to me was the utter aloneness that this person might have been in. Imagine that you think that there's nobody who's going to accept you for what you are going through. So that is where Samaritans as a helpline provides that space that you are accepted here exactly as you are. We have no judgment. You don't need to be suicidal to reach out to us. You can just be someone who wants to, talk about something that is bothering you. We are absolutely open to that. So this is the background with which we started Samaritans Mumbai and even Befrienders India as well as Befrienders worldwide. There has been, there are a lot of befriending hotlines all over the world. So the entire concept is, it doesn't take, it doesn't take too much to give your time. If you have 4 to 5 hours a week that you can give for this cause, you can become trained and become a volunteer with Samaritans. So I would just like to give one more example. So there was this bridge in UK where there was a lot of people who used to go there and end their lives. So out there was a very high suicide rate. So Samaritans UK just went and put up a board saying call Samaritans with their phone number. So that's all they did. They just put up the board and the suicide rates, they started dropping. So there is this, and there are so many other research that really it's like research that shows that if only a person has someone that they can talk to in the darkest moment of their life, perhaps then they may find the will to go on a little more. So please note how I say perhaps and may, because No two lives are the same, and no two states of mind are the same. We recognize that at Samaritans, and we really accept the caller exactly as they are, where they are. So in terms of counselors and therapy and medication, we are not in that space because we are only volunteers. So many of the people who reach out to us are already perhaps consulting a psychiatrist, a counselor, a therapist, or maybe not. So we are not qualified to kind of tell you what is wrong with you, because that is not our area. Our area is to tell you exactly as you are, you can talk to us. And any one of you can become a volunteer with us. You can just reach out to us. We'll put up the details. I mean, you can just follow us at Samaritans Mumbai, the Instagram page. All our details are there. You can reach out to us. So they say the cost of saving a life is a shilling in the UK. So what is the cost of saving a life here? It could just be one phone call that makes all the difference. It could just be one email that makes all the difference. This is the hope that we operate on, and this is how we function. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say from my end. I was given a very tight window, and I didn't want to exceed my time. So whether if anybody wants to just ask me anything, I don't know what time we have. We have a couple of more minutes, but that is it from my side. Feel free to ask anything.
Hi, it's me again. Sorry, I
Hi.
can't type too fast. So, I was just wondering, how have you been able to take on the load of people who have been reaching out because of the pandemic? Has it been very overwhelming, or like, what has the experience been like?
Thank you. I'm going to answer you, and I'm also going to answer Ritika, who's just put up something in the chat. I just read that. So last year when the pandemic first started, it was a very difficult time because firstly, our services were disrupted. Our volunteers were affected, just like every one of you must have been affected during that time. So we had a lot of distress around, people, like if you recall, there was a lot of the migrancy problem at that point of time, and people didn't have access to travel, to food, to cell phones, even to have the money to pay for the balance. So it was a very difficult time. And the purview of that kind of help is not what we provide. So that was also quite distressing for us to go through. Initially, we didn't see any rise as such in self-harm or suicide, but what we could see was the marked rise in distress from two factors. One factor is there were most of the people, and like how y'all mostly handle younger people. Even for us, nearly 60% of our callers are young callers who are below the age of 30, and we also have a percentage split of below 20. So we have a lot of young callers who reach out to us. So the two factors, one is that they were pretty much cut off from their social, support system of friends or going out. And the second factor was enforced isolation. So it was very contradictory. So they were constantly around their family and had no space for privacy. At the same time, they couldn't meet the people that they wanted to meet. People who had mental health issues were having difficulty accessing and getting the help that they needed. That, of course, started changing towards the end of 2020. So 2020, we saw a lot of change in the trends itself. So we saw a lot of relationship breakups, a lot of, job loss, financial worries, educational worries. So in 2021, we are seeing the prolonged effect of the lockdown and the prolonged effect of the pandemic has resulted in increased distress. And this is going to be true not only here, but across the world. There is going to be a lagged and deepening effect on mental wellness and stability in a way. So I think Ritika wanted me to share a personal anecdote. Do I think it'll ever get better? The aftermath. There's so many things that are getting better if you look at it. I think just the movement of mental health support to online mediums. I think in the long run, people may not go back to completely physical. I think there's going to be a mix of, virtual and physical. And that could mean a lot of benefit for people who, as you know, in Mumbai, travel is really grueling. And that also played a part in increasing the stress for people who already are, facing either anxiety or trauma or panic. So there is going to be some kind of benefit. And one outstanding thing that has happened in the last year has been the focus on mental wellness. There has been a lot of increased focus on this because I think, I mean, the world has changed as we know it. So with that focus always also means that we can increase our advocacy for mental health support. So with like-minded individuals, we can make a difference. So it can get better, but it's not, I mean, the field we work in, it's, if you say that our number of calls have gone up in 2020 over 2019, we are not very happy about that, right? So our work is such that what we have to really be happy about is people are reaching out and people are able to talk about it. So since our main purpose is to destigmatize, to remove any barriers that people may have, so that I would say there has been some progress. So a personal anecdote. So of course, all our calls are 100% confidential. We do not talk about our calls at all. But we have had instances like whether on email or on phone, we have seen like, okay, let me quote from Instagram or a public platform where people have openly spoken up about the difference it made to them to stay connected to Samaritans and help them when they really needed it in their dark moments. So one such thing was a very happy kind of an outcome when somebody actually put it up saying that, you please reach out to Samaritans and they are good. So for some reason, this post landed up going viral. And we just saw in September and October a deluge of emails and a deluge of phone calls that we got. So for me, that was really amazing because we have a lot of influencers, but influencers can also work for something which is good to highlight and show the light on important support systems. So that has been my personal anecdote from 2020. Ritika, I hope that is okay. Yeah, okay. Is my time up? Is there anything else that you all would like to ask me or would want me to talk about?
No, you still have 2 minutes.
Oh, I do. Okay, that's wonderful.
Maybe you could give us a brief about the volunteering process, like
yes,
how do you...
Sure.
Yeah.
So anyone, as I said, you don't need a psychology background. Anyone above the age of 18 can apply to become a volunteer with Samaritans. You need to have 4 to 6 hours a week that you're willing to give us if selected. So the selection process is a bit rigorous because, as you can imagine, we want to make sure that the person who answers a call or replies to an email is someone who's, got the right kind of approach to support somebody, because we're talking about providing a space that is very accepting. So you can write to us at samaritans.helpline@gmail.com, just telling us a little bit about yourself and we'll get in touch with you. The training itself lasts over 6 to 7 full days. That's nearly 40 hours of training that you have to undergo if selected. And even after that, we have quite a bit of selection criteria before you're allowed to, pick up calls. It sounds a bit ironic because we really need volunteers. At the same time, we are really careful about who we, who gets selected finally. That is to answer phones and emails. But we need support in every area to run the helpline, whether it is social media, whether it is admin, statistics. We need support in every area to run the helpline. So we really are, even donations are welcome to keep us afloat because the cost of running it remotely is taking, there is a cost associated. So anyone who wants to support the cause of suicide prevention can support us in any way. Just reach out to us. We'll find a way to have you work with us and for us, and we work for the people in this way. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It was so nice to listen to you and your initiative. It's really wonderful. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you have a great day.
Thank you so much.
Hi. So Next up, we have Sragvi. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right because names are personal, right? So I just hope I'm pronouncing your name right. So about Sragvi, she is a fifth year law student. So let's never undermine her resilience. And she likes knowing the ending of books. A little painful, but of course, everyone has their choice. And she reads and she reads, and on a regular day, she can be found hanging out with her books and pens and reading and annotating, taking pictures, and planning out her future apartment's decor. Oh my god, she sounds like a friend, like already, and she likes the romance of handwritten letters because let's just accept that those are superior. And she is very proud of her WhatsApp sticker collection. Now, this is something that I truly respect, truly respect, and she is extremely vocal about her experience with bipolar disorder, and she hopes that people find joy in knowing someone because let's accept it. At the end of the day, we all feel a little lonely. We all feel like we don't have anybody, irrespective of how many people we have around us. And it's very important to have someone who wears the same shoes as we do. So, Strugby, I over to you. You're on mute. We cannot hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now? Am I audible now? Okay, nice. Ritika, that was such a warm welcome. Thank you so much for that. I do, however, want to correct you a little bit there. I don't have bipolar disorder. I actually have borderline personality disorder, and that's something that I want to talk about now. I was diagnosed 3 years ago, in almost 3 years ago, in 2018 in November, and BPD is something that you either have hereditarily or due to some traumatic incident in your childhood is how you develop BPD. We still don't know, like all other mental health disorders, we're still not sure as to the real cause for why we have BPD, but these are the two reasons that we know so far. I can think of some incidences why it could have happened. Now, what I wanted to talk about today is the 9 symptoms of BPD and how they affect the lives of those who live with BPD. When you get diagnosed, it's not necessary that you have to you need to show all the 9 symptoms. Around 5 to 6 symptoms is what's considered that you could be considered as somebody living with BPD. Uh, all of these symptoms are such everyday emotions that everybody else. Oh, I'm so sorry. Um, I'm so sorry. Right. So all of these symptoms that other people feel, I mean, the people with BPD feel, are such everyday emotions. Um, the difference that it makes with people with BPD and those without is that the intensity and the level at which people with BPD feel. For example, the first symptom that I will talk about is fear of abandonment. For example, I have one of my brother is one of my strongest support system. Two of my friends who are really close to me are in this call right here, and I know in my bones that they are going to leave me for no reason. They don't have to do anything. They don't have to. It's a constant emotion that I live with every day. That I know the people I love are going to leave me. It's not something that I reason. It's not something that I have to think about. I know it for a fact that they are going to leave no matter what happens. Sometimes I find myself fantasizing about the funerals of those I love, and it's a very weird feeling because it almost feels like I am right there in their funeral. It seems so real to me. Um, so those are the two ways the fear of abandonment manifests. And something very interesting about the fear of abandonment is the fact that I will go out of my way to look for signs of those I love are going to leave me. So let's say somebody does not use the same emoji that they use every day, or they don't respond in the same. Let's say we're sitting together and they don't say something for a little while, that they are quiet, and I will assume in my head that they aren't speaking because they hate me, and because they hate me, they're going to leave me. No matter what you do, a slightest, minutest deviation from the usual, and I will assume that you hate me and you're going to leave me. Uh, Second is extreme emotional mood swings. Now, this is where BPD overlaps with bipolar and BPD overlap a little bit. So now both of them have mood swings, but the difference is that the mood swings in borderline personality disorder last only for hourly basis, if I could say that in a more understandable, in something that would be more understandable for other people, is that it happens, it's very short lived. It happens for, sometimes it doesn't even last hours, honestly. It lasts for like very little time, and these are very, very intense. They'll be very short lived but extremely intense, and they could be triggered by absolutely anything. Sometimes they're not triggered by anything. For instance, today it rained and I was extremely happy. That's it. That's all it took for me to be happy. But also some other day I could just be sad for no other reason. I mean, I'm sure all of us understand being sad for no reason. Uh, but yeah, it can be extremely exhausting when it's on an hourly basis. Um, Third symptom is a feeling of chronic emptiness. I don't think I can explain emptiness, but if I could give you a physical, imagine a hole right here. Imagine this entire part is hollow. You don't feel anything. That's how I feel every day. That this somehow this entire part has been just taken out of my body. I don't know. It's just not there. And this is also why people with BPD can be a little obsessive about when they find something eventually to fixate over. A new partner, a new job, a new hobby. You try and make that your entire personality. You make your entire universe revolve around that. Is because you have no idea. You're constantly feeling empty. You're constantly feeling lonely, and there is something missing. There's just something missing. There's some spice missing, and you're running after it, but you don't know what is it. But there's something. There's definitely something, but you don't know. Um, then the fourth is unclear and shifting sense of self. I remember a couple of years ago, I remember there was a girl on Instagram who randomly, who just once said that, hey, you know what? I actually like dressing up in cotton fabric. A couple of months later, I noticed that my entire wardrobe was cotton fabric. To right today, I mean, 2, 3 years later, I wear a lot of cotton fabric, but I don't know if I really like it or do I not like it. A shifting sense of self image is where you are not sure whether you like or dislike something. You don't know about your likes and dislikes. You don't know about the kind of person that you are. Your personality changes, your obsession changes, your goals change, your aspirations change. And they do not change because you want them to change. They change because you saw something, or you were fascinated, you you saw something really cool, or you saw somebody really successful, or you saw somebody that you want to be like, and somehow everything about you has changed. There's no reason for it. You haven't thought about it, you haven't deliberated upon it, it just changed. And it's one of those things that I battle with a lot, because I don't know the kind of person that I am. I don't know what I like and what I do not like. But yeah, it's it's one of those things that everybody says that, hey, I really don't know the kind of person I am. Hey, there's so much that I want to find about myself. But when it changes every couple of months, after a while, you were not sure if you were doing this to sort of seek attention of people, if you are inauthentic, if you are untrustworthy. You don't know. It's very yeah. So I okay. Moving on to the next symptom, which is splitting. Splitting is also splitting gets a lot triggered by the fear of abandonment. In Splitting is essentially thinking in clear black and white terms. No matter what you feel, it's imagine this as lack of groundness. So when you see a situation, okay, let's say I am talking to a friend, I drop her a text, she doesn't respond immediately. Let's say she takes a I have to interrupt you, but oh, and somebody, I think that was for me from the next week. I'm so sorry. Oh, sure. I think that's okay. I'll just wrap up really quickly. So splitting is when you think in clear black and white terms, and that's mostly um, where it's either the person is on a pedestal or otherwise they're absolutely the worst person that you have ever met, and that's splitting. And then we have impulsivity and risky behavior. That's something that I have overcome over time. But impulsivity could be getting pierced all of a sudden. Risky behavior could be indulging in unsafe sex, knowing that it's unsafe, knowing that it's risky, you do it anyway, or going out late at night on you know, specifically going out to places that are unsafe or hanging out with people who are unsafe for you, doing that. Paranoia and dissociation. Paranoia is again somewhat related to your fear of abandonment, is where you are unable to trust somebody, and also splitting. It gets all of these are very intermingled, and you are not sure how to connect. At what point do you get to trust somebody else, or even yourself? You're not so sure. You're always dissociating. You see yourself, your own body in third person, and everything feels unreal. Your own body feels unreal at most times, and it can be extremely, extremely excruciatingly painful. Unstable relationships, that's something a lot of people with BPD have experienced. I thankfully have had a good support system throughout. I have been very lucky to have not experienced relationship instability as much or to a greater extent. So I'm not sure I'd be the right person to talk about it, but I do know in this BPD support groups that I have been, I know that there have been people who've complained about unstable relationships, essentially saying that they are very intense, but they're very short-lived and they're very rocky, and it starts on a high, it ends on a very, very, very bad low. That'll be it. And the last is explosive anger. That's the ninth symptom. And this is a very overlapping symptom with a lot of other mental health disorders also. And this is something that gets not very spoken of when discussing BPD. And explosive anger is where you will suddenly have an outburst, and sometime later, some hours later, you wouldn't feel the same way. You wouldn't feel as angry. You wouldn't feel anything, honestly. You would be completely detached. So those are nine symptoms of BPD. That's how a person lives. I mean, those who live with BPD, that's how it is for them. Thank you so much. I think I can end now, Ritika. Thank you.
Hello, so I will be introducing our next speaker, Shivangi Tiwari. Shivangi is a third year student pursuing bachelor's in management studies. She is also a content creator who makes videos in various genres, but mainly in comedy. She enjoys creating content a lot and she sings as well. She uses her platform to make everyone feel included and raises awareness for various mental health issues. The mic is yours. Sorry, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Shivangi Tiwari, and as she said, I'm a content creator. And honestly, this entire path of content creation, I really never really planned out the entire thing. It was just a thing I just started out of the blue around 2 years ago, exactly 2019 in August. I started. It's because all my friends were like, you have something, you should go for it. So originally, I used to make rant videos where I used to make long form videos and I used to just rant about things that I didn't like. And people really liked them and they were like, oh, this is hilarious, this is funny, this that. And I kept on making videos on a daily basis. And that was honestly so much fun. I felt like I was venting out to the entire world and it made me feel very happy. And before I started content creation, I really knew I used to follow a lot of YouTubers that way, and I knew the amount of hate they got. So one thing I made sure for myself was that, Shwangi, you're going to get hate irrespective of whatever you put out. So you have to be aware and you have to be sure, and you have to be confident in that way to accept that hate. And I was like, you know what, let's do this. And then I started making videos and I started posting stories and I started making short form, long form videos. And then I still remember my first hate comment. It was, oh my God, you try so hard. And then I was like, it honestly, instead of making me feel bad, I felt proud of myself. I was like, I got a hate comment. Oh my God, people don't like me. That means I am growing up in the world. But, I was like, what do you mean by I'm trying really hard? I'm just trying to be myself. But then I let that slide. Then, the Instagram introduced Reels. And that's where I think, a lot of my follower count, increased in general. And then, I started posting a lot of Reels. It started going very viral. I started getting 100K views, 200, 1 million views, like very easily. And I was like, what is happening? And then I started gaining a lot of followers that way. And then you aren't aware of your insecurities until and unless somebody points it out, right? And that really affects your mental health. So people started really commenting on my acne, and I really didn't care about my acne in general because it's a natural thing. It happens to literally almost everybody. But then people started commenting and they were like, ew, what is happening to your face? You should do this, you should do that, that's disgusting. And they used really wild words. And when I started out, I knew that I have to be very mentally strong. But then there were some comments that literally broke me from inside, because I was like, why do you care about my acne out of all of the people in the entire world? Why do you want to comment on a body that's not yours? And it really set me back for a while, because I really didn't feel like posting content for a while, because I'm like, people are really getting really personal. They're getting to comment on things that really they should not comment on. And that really affected my self-confidence. One of the things I'm really known about, to all my followers, is the fact that I'm a really confident person. And, I think confidence is very subjective. People are confident in certain areas and they're not. I am really confident in front of my camera. I don't really know why. You put a camera on me and I'm literally the most carefree person. But then people started pointing out, your eyebrows aren't done, your acne is here, your face is so red, your chin, you need this, you need that. And that I'm like, stop. If you see me not being bothered about it, why are you here commenting on things that really don't belong to you? So I kept on moving. I kept on creating content. My follower count still kept on increasing. I got really good collabs, this, that. But the entire process of content creation is really exhausting if you talk about it. The entire pressure of, keeping out good videos out, because you're known for a certain quality. That really affected my health, because I felt like if I made a video and I didn't really like it, I was like, people won't like it, people will end up unfollowing me. And when I reached around 5K followers, I received a lot of unfollows, and that really affected my mental health, because I was really judging my entire personality, my entire content, and my entire I said personality, and my entire genre as a whole, because people were like unfollowing me, and I was like, are you unfollowing me because my content is not growing that good, or is it because I don't look that good? Is it because what is happening? But then a lot of my content creator friends that I met by then, they were like, people are going to unfollow you no matter what, people are going to hate on you no matter what, people are going to comment on you no matter what, but it's you who needs to understand that you're the only one with you till the end of time. Whether it's you are married to somebody, you're dating somebody, or anything, you are the only one who's going to stay with you till the end of time. So might as well start loving yourself and start appreciating yourself for who you are, what you do, what you stand for. And I think that's the way you succeed in life in general. I know I'm only 19 years old and I shouldn't be talking about such big things, but I think we as a generation have been forced to grow old, because of a lot of things, whether it's the economy, whether it's politics, or whether it's the pandemic as a whole. This has been hard on all of us. So, people are going to say very mean things to you, irrespective of what you do. You're excelling in life, people have things to say about it. You're degrading in life, people have things to say about it. You are existing, people have things to say about that, right? So might as well start loving yourself for who you are, expressing yourself for who you are, and start accepting yourself, because self-acceptance leads to self-love, and I think self-love leads to almost all success in life. Because if you're confident in what you do, if you love yourself for what you do, and if you are not affected by people's hate for what you do, I think you are very, very sort in life. Definitely self-love is very difficult. There are times where I preach self-love a lot because I really do love myself, but there are times where I am highly critical of myself, in certain areas like singing. As I've been learning singing for about 2 years now. And I've been, whenever my content doesn't do great and I don't get a lot of numbers on my video, I'm like, what is happening? Why aren't people reacting? Why aren't people sharing? So that really affects my mood, my perception of my own self, because I feel like my quality is degrading. And so I you really have to stop caring about what the entire world has to say about you. Because if you are confident in your own self, if you are confident, and if you are accepting your whole self as a whole, and if you know that this is me, this is what I'm going to do, this is what I'm stand for, anything and everything is going to go for your own way. That's what I say. You show your true self, people are going to love you for who you are. It's as simple as that, because a fake persona is very hard to keep up with, and I don't think anybody has the entire energy to do that. So take steps dheere dheere, take self-love dheere dheere, start journaling if that helps you. That really helped me for a certain while. I've reached a point where I don't feel like I need to journal anymore. So self-love is a whole concept. It's not only loving your face, it's about loving your whole self, whether it's your hand, it's your fingers, it's your face, it's your eyebrows, if it's your foot, So धीरे धीरे जाओ, धीरे धीरे काम करो, सब अपने place पे आते जाएगा. Because the more you grow old, the more you realize that what people say does not matter at all. It's only what you think of yourself. Stop viewing yourself from someone else's perspective, because that person is not gonna affect your life in any way. Only you are gonna affect your life in any way that's possible. So that's what I'm gonna say. And if you're looking for content creation, be consistent and be yourself. That's what I'd say. Don't take the pressure of numbers or the pressure of yourself, and just put out whatever you feel like. That's it. So I think that's what I have to say. Thank you so much for inviting me here. I think this is a great initiative. Thank you, Naomi. Thank you, Arushi. I hope you have a great day. And take care of yourself, everybody. Stay safe. And thank you. Take care. Bye.
That was so nice. That was so wonderful. Thank you, Shivangi. So our next speaker is Ifsha Zahra. I hope I pronounced your name right. I'm so sorry. Yes. So reiterating on what Shivangi said, social media plays a vital role in our lives and therefore our mental health, despite the fact that it has very unpleasant sides to it. Another area in which the power of social media has been misused to create distress is politics. The political atmosphere around us deeply impacts our mental health in many ways, which is what we hope to talk up next by Ifsha. Ifsha is a researcher who works on archiving and documentation of human rights violations in Kashmir. Presently, she is based in Kashmir and her work is focused on feminist activism and advocacy of socio-political issues concerning Kashmiri women. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amulya. And thank you so much, L2S, for having me again this year. It's always a pleasure to see how you've grown in this 1 year as an organization and the kind of things that you've been doing. So for today, I think I would, Amulya has already introduced me, so I don't need to do that. But I do want to begin by saying that I'm not a mental health expert or a mental health professional. So whatever I am going to say is informed by my research on militarism and its precarity in Kashmir. So whatever I am going to talk about in the next 15 minutes, and you can write down your questions in the chat box and I can take them up, are going to be related to the context of Kashmir, but broadly can be applicable to the larger discourse of politics and mental health. So to begin with, I think the reason why I even chose this topic for today was because I often feel that mental health, the whole idea and the discourse of mental health, which has evolved in the last I don't know, last decade, especially like the hyper visibility around mental health issues and the sort of care that is required for it, um, is often very hyper individualized and is often decontextualized. And what I mean by that is that um, a lot of the nexus of mental health is very deeply embedded in our socio-political economic realities. So our approach to even viewing mental health discourse has to be sort of embedded in that. And then secondly, when we talk about mental health and its ramifications in our day-to-day life or on different communities, I think a lot of it also is related to how mental health affects, not just in terms of like me as a specific individual, but it has material and tangible impact as well. So when I wanted to talk specifically about Kashmir, because a lot of sort of the conversation about Kashmir and its mental health has been a very data oriented, very quantitative sort of approach, which has been used in a lot of studies. And I'm going to refer to this one study which was done in 2015 by MSF on the mental health crisis in Kashmir. And in that, they sort of talk about these numbers, and they say that 45% of the population suffers from some form of a mental health illness. And in that, they sort of give the breakup of like the major issues, which is depression, PTSD, and some form of trauma. But I think when I as a researcher look at that study, and from my observations and my lived experience as a Kashmiri woman, I do feel that a lot of things in between are lost in such a quantitative study. For instance, of course, the 45%, and there's a scientific method behind doing the study itself. But if you look as a collective, as a community, the entire Kashmiri population suffers from some form of mental health illness, diagnosed, undiagnosed, and even if there are no terms for it. And which comes to my sort of second point, which was to talk about um, how we need to decolonize the whole idea of mental health, because a lot of our sort of empirical knowledge is borrowed from the West. A lot of these studies are, and data sets and the forms of study are created in the West, and so it might not always be applicable in the specific local context. And just to begin with, like, even if you look at the language, sometimes you might not be able to explain what you're feeling in sort of in this vocabulary which we have been given. um, so I think even to sort of look at mental health in these communities, for instance, I'm talking about Kashmir, but it can also be like in any marginalized community. If you have to look at the discourse itself, it sort of has to shift that gaze in the first place. So if you look at Kashmir in the last 3 decades, there has been this exacerbated violence post 1989. And by that I mean that there's been sort of like a tangible form of violence which has been documented, which has been sort of which has been visible. And since 1989 and like till almost early 2000s, there was a lot of violence that was perpetrated on the population, right, in the form of a heavy militarization. So there added, like, throughout these years there were added troops, and militarization of Kashmir as a whole. And then and throughout this entire period there were sort of these incidents of violence, like killings, torture, enforced disappearances, massacres, sexual violence against individual and communities, which were conducted throughout these 10 this whole decade. And during this whole time, this whole discourse around mental health was not very popular and was not really talked about. And it was only after there was sort of like a decrease in this number of sort of violent incidents, was that there was like a shift in how mental health was even viewed. And a lot of sort of studies have talked about this, and I want to sort of mention this very important study which came out last year. And this has been done by Saiba Verma, who is an anthropologist, and in her book, The Occupied Clinic: Militarism and Care Industry, she does talk about how the psychological trauma sort of became took like a forefront after the 2000s, because the immediate violence and that sort of that continued, the violence that was happening in a continuum, started decreasing, right? So yeah, so then people sort of started accessing these facilities, and particularly psychiatrists, and like the numbers just kept increasing. But at the same time, it's very interesting to note that while there was sort of like people were sort of addressing the trauma from this whole decade of violence, there was also an increase of the state's role in the care that was provided to people, and and which was also sort of and why one can ask that why was the state investing in sort of providing mental health care to a population which it was perpetrating violence upon. uh, like a simple answer to that is that it was sort of an attempt at humanizing that violence in the first place, right? That sort of legitimizing that the state is humanitarian in its approach. And that is not just been in the context of healthcare, but also in other fields as well. The host can turn the mic off. That'll be.
Has their mics on? Can you please switch it off?
I think the host can also turn the mic off. Okay. I think, yeah, I was talking about the sort of state's involvement in the sort of care that was provided to the population. Um, so, um, in yeah, so I think an important part of the discussion that I sort of wanted to have with respect to this topic was that um, if that sort of ethical, social, and politically informed care can be provided to the population. Um, can you please ask the person to turn the mic off? It's distracting. All right, thank you. Um, all right. Okay, so I was talking about this humanitarian rhetoric, which sort of colluded with the state's roles and response to this mental health crisis. Um, and I think when I talk about decolonizing mental health discourse, I think it's very important to talk about, how it's even viewed by the local practitioners or experts. For instance, there is this very famous Palestinian psychiatrist. Her name is Sama Jabbar, and she talks about how for instance, the whole Western idea of PTSD is not applicable in Palestine, because for PTSD to even theorize PTSD, there has to be post, but in a place where the violence is ongoing and doesn't end, so there is no post, that sort of framework does not fit. So even by looking at these definitions or terminologies, and even how these segregation and categories of mental health has been created, it is really important to sort of have a look at the kind of indigenous work that has been done by the experts. um then if I sort of have to sort of look back on Kashmir and sort of the the sort of material connection of mental health and with the political reality, if in the last decade of between like 2010 to now, there have been periods of mass incarceration. Of course, there are individuals who have been incarcerated, like thousands and thousands of people. But even as a population, there has been periods of like 8 months, 9 months, where people have been under a siege, and that sort of incarceration deeply affects the mental health of the people. But if you look at how these state-run institutions work, if you look at the government hospitals, if you look at even like these clinics, or even the how psychotherapy works here, this direct problem and connection is never really talked about. And it's often because of the fear of, the state, for sure. But even that understanding is lacking, that one has to make that direct connection with the immediate political reality. So if for instance children have been at home for the last 3 years, that is definitely going to have an impact on their mental health. But if for instance that person goes to a psychiatrist or a psychologist, um, oftentimes that will not be addressed directly. Yeah, they will talk about, yeah, they were at home, but why were they at home in the first place is often not directly addressed. So then people often do these workshops here of which is sort of catered around a respite for the people. And often there are so many state run programs around sports which sort of are presented, that they will provide some relief for these distressed people. So there is some momentary relief. But why was that problem there to begin with is something that's not often addressed. And the third, like another point that I wanted to make with respect to decolonizing mental health, was that often like the local healing processes are not taken very seriously. For instance, if you look at how people have been coping up with this problem of consistent trauma, has been like religion, and going and accessing these sorry, accessing we have these peers and local religious practitioners, and people rely upon those sort of local redressal, not redressal, but local mechanisms to get some form of respite. But if you look in the larger context of the mental health framework, um, these things are not often talked about. And I think I just have 5 more minutes, and I'm going to wrap it up. Um, if there's Franz Fanon talks about mental health in the context of Algeria, and um, he says that the production of madness on a mass scale in colonial Algeria was a direct production of oppression. So he sort of draws that direct connection between the mental health crisis and the sort of madness with the immediate political realities, which is sort of also the argument I'm trying to make, that um, these sort of connections and intersections are something that one needs to center when looking at holistically at mental health discourse. Because even now there has been like a huge increase in, for instance, um, the use of drug, which again is done on a large scale because of sort of narco politics run by the state. And even if you look at the de-addiction programs that are again run by the state, so it's like a back and forth that happens, that um, the violence is perpetrated by the state, and then the care is provided by the state, but actually there is no healing in between. So for collective healing to happen, one has to then address these political realities and the sort of the determinants and causes of those problems in the first place. So I think I'm going to wrap it up here unless somebody has any questions. Yeah, Ritika has asked for some books. So as I said, there is Saiba Verma's work on mental health. So she's done some great work, and the book is called. Um, Wait a second, I'm just going to pull up the name. It's called The Occupied Clinic: Militarism and Care in Kashmir. I'm going to put it in the chat box. And and there are people, for instance, there is Kashmiri anthropologists who have sort of done work on these state-run programs. For instance, there is this anthropologist called Mona Bhan. She's done extensive work on these state-run programs. And there is, I forget the name, mm, if I remember, I'll ask Arushi to share the resources with the others. But this is again something that has not been delved into deeply, because this again, what I was talking about is that even that shift in the gaze of how mental health is viewed in Kashmir has not really happened in till the very for the longest time, because a lot of the systems are state run, are state governed. Um, and for them to have this alternative to healing, or to have some form of respite, will not be possible unless we continue to live under in a militarized under a militarized control. So I think that sort of is then directly related to that. um, does anybody have any other questions, because I think my time is also up. All right. I think, and the other person I had mentioned earlier was Sama Jabir. So you can look her up, and she's a psychiatrist, and she's sort of done this very important work on decolonizing mental health. And I think if somebody is interested, they can look it up. So I think with that, I wrap up the conversation for today. So thank you so much, Arushi, Naomi, and the entire team for having me. And I'm so sorry that there was some disruption in between. I was like, oh, what's happening? Is it happening on my end? But yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. That was as insightful as it was last year, and we're super, super glad that you could join us again this year. On that note, I would just like to say that we're immensely glad that you could join us again this year, and the reading resources, I'm pretty sure, are going to help everyone who's interested in the topic. To now move on to the next artist, his music is intimate and melodic. His song, If I Tried, has accompanied my cup of chai on so many evenings. It fills us, as he says, with an amalgamation of fear, confusion, desire, and hope. He's a singer-songwriter based in Delhi. He's a part of Hansraj College's Faranjali, and his music is a great companion to Bombay Monsoon if you want to feel enveloped in all the emotions that come up with it. Please welcome Sheel.
Can you hear me, guys? I hope you can hear me. And I'm sorry for the frame, this is all I could fit in, but I think there's a time crunch as well, so I'll just quickly get to the music. If somebody can, I think somebody from the team, if you can just confirm, if you can hear the piano and my voice properly. Great, so I'll just play a couple of songs for you. So the first one is Still. It came out in April, and yeah, it's just an extremely nostalgic song, and that's it. I hope you guys like it. Winter days all spent chasing the sun, falling off our benches at 1:30. Who would have guessed that soon enough we would be laughing away at the drinks that we snuck into parties at times, heartbreaks that leave us feeling mostly fine. Who would have known that so many friends would be gone with the month of May? I've been living in memories lately, finding something real to keep time still. Now many have come in place of those I've lost. We're chasing after good times, but at what cost? Who can fathom what is yet to come? Soon this bubble will break, and the degrees will go into begging for jobs, navigating life and love and loss. How much time will we always thinking we've made mistakes? I've been living in memories lately, finding something real to keep time still. One day, hopefully, I'll look back and smile. These memories having made life worthwhile. No longer wishing for a time to be still. I can only dream until but yeah, that was still, I hope you guys could hear that properly. And I'll just finish off with one more song, which is If I Tried. And yeah, that was the first song I released. It's based on the guitar, but I'll try to play it on the piano today. Fairly simple song, I hope you guys like it. I could fall in love with you if I tried. Would be easy to do, I won't lie. But there's one too many reasons and fears that plague my mind. I could fall in love with you if I tried. I could find my home in your eyes, live my whole life with you, would it feel right? And the past that seems to haunt me, can I leave it all behind? I could fall in love with you if I tried. Shouldn't even have to try, but I might. You and me seems too far to reach. Should we not even my hand to the light. Any hurdles I'll take in my stride. Wish I'd let you into my life. It would feel more than just right. I could fall in love with you if I tried. But would I fall in love the same if I tried? You and me seems too far to reach. Sure, we not even try. Is our story meant to only be a dream passing by? I'm miles away from the places that I long to be. Will that distance only be what makes me say goodbye? Yeah, thank you guys. That was my set. Again, I'm Sheel Sagar. Thank you for the L2S team for inviting me here. And yeah, you can check out these songs on all streaming platforms.
Thank you so much, Sheel. Next up, so before I go there, I would just like to reiterate the fact that tomorrow is Monday and we all hate it. And like we saw right now, and we will see in the next set, the right music can do so much for our much needed mental health. I think Amulya will agree because we have been fangirling on the WhatsApp chat since yesterday. And just to like cement this, next up we have Khanabadosh. They are an Udaipur-based alternative Hindi rock and pop band founded in 2018. The band comprises Gaurav Solanki, Arpan Jain, Kartik Ganotra, Divyan Sharma, and Trishal Lohar. During the lockdown, they released an album titled Kala Dil. Rang De is my personal favorite, and I would ask everybody to listen to it. And these 3 songs in this album have given us so much serenity on the busiest days. Without further ado, over to you guys.
Hello. So, first of all, thank you so much for having us, supporting the cause of fundraising for the frontline workers. And because, they have been really doing a great job and they worked so hard for the mankind, for the humanity. And so, I think we can support it. We should support by any way if we can. So we are the band Khana Badosh from Udaipur, and we are all set to play for you guys. And with me on guitar, I have Kartik Knotra, the lead person of the band on guitar, and myself, Gaurav Solanki. Due to some constraints, we are here two only, but it will be a the worth watching experience to you guys. So starting.
Make sure they can hear us.
Can you hear us, please? Anyone can confirm?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay. So that's the first song. Song name is Soch. Soch is all about to make us think about what is important in life, how tiny things can make a big impact. So it's a very intense song. It will surely take you on a journey. Think about yourself. सहता सोच के मरता आस न होती अगर तू मेरे पास ना होती खुद ही खुद में डूबा रहता खामोशी के साए पे रोता बन के कभी बिखरता बिखर के कभी बनता आईने में झाका करता देख के कभी खुद से डरता बन के कभी बिखरता बिखर के कभी बनता आईने में झाका करता देख के खुद को डरता जिंदगी सरेआम होती तू साथ में होती दीवाने दिन में डूबा रहता हर जरा जरा रफ्फू करता
तुझको है यकीन तो मिल जाएगा सुकून हर जगह अगर तुझको है यकीन तो मिल जाएगा सुकून हर जगह हर दफा अगर तुझको है यकीन तो मिल जाएगा सुकून हर जगह हर दफा मिल जाएगा सुकून हर जगह अगर तुझको है यकीन तो मिल जाएगा सुकून हर जगह सुकून हर दफा तुझको है यकीन तो मिल जाए सुकून हर जगह na 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 na. Whoa. Na na सोच के जीता सोच के मरता सोच के सहता सोच के चलता आस न होती अगर तू मेरा ना होती दीवाने दिल में डूबा रहता हर जरा जरा रफ्तू करता अगर तुझको है यकीन तो मिल जाएगा सुकून
जगह तुझको है यकीन तू मिल जाएगा तुझको है यकीन तू मिल जाएगा सुकून तुझको हर जगह हर दफा जाएगा सुकून तुझको है तू जाएगा सुकून हर जगह खुद से मैं मिल रहा टूट के फिर से जुड़ रहा खुद से मैं फिर से मिल रहा हूँ खुद से फिर से टूटा था मगर मैं फिर से जुड़ रहा हूँ फिर से मैं फिर से मिल रहा तुझको है यकीन तू मिल जाएगा सुकून हर जगह तुझको है यकीन तू मिल जाएगा सुकून हर जगह Thank you so much. So that's an unreleased song. There was some problem in the sound, might be if it was like if you face something. But yeah, this is a song we recently composed and we wanted to sing it loud. So thank you so much. So
Ask them if they like it.
So how do you love the song? By the way, would really love to know, like if it
Reviews,
really
please.
touch you,
Reviews
if
much
it really
needed.
strike your heart or something.
Loved it. Someone says loved it. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Okay, it's coming. Yeah. Oh, that's so nice. I didn't know about it. Like, that someone can comment. Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Some audio issue.
Yeah. So this second song, this is next song that we are going to sing that's specially recommended by you guys. The song name is Rang De. Rang De we released with our debut EP called Kala Dil. And the song meaning is, you know, एक इंसान जिंदगी में हजार बार टूटता है, हजार बार जुड़ता है. उसकी जिंदगी में ऐसे काफी लम्हात आते हैं जब वो खुद को बहुत अकेला महसूस करता है. हो सकता है कि तब वो अपना दम तोड़ दे या फिर वो जीना छोड़ दे, पर एक हल्की सी जो कसक होती है जिंदगी की, वो कहीं ना कहीं हमेशा बाकी होती है. सत्यजीत राय कहते हैं कि there is always a room for the improvisation. So that same thing we can, in life actually.
कि अभी रे आया था उसमें ना
Yeah. So the song Rang De is all about to enlighten the soul, to get back to the goal, to work hard and to achieve what you want. जिंदगी लूट ले मुझे, बर्बाद कर दे मुझे, ऐ जिंदगी मार दे मुझे, जख्मों के नाम कर दे मुझे, ऐ जिंदगी ठान ले अगर जरा जरा टूट के बिखरे, ऐ जिंदगी कमजोर हूँ अगर काट काट के बांट दे, जिंदगी नहीं जंग छिड़ी हर जगह, हर दफा चलते कहीं अपने मकाम पे, जो बेवजह है वही वजह है, ढूंढ के मेरा जिस्म और जहां बर्बाद कर दे मुझे, मुझ में कहीं मगर जिंदा हूं मैं अगर, आबाद कर दे मुझे, दिल भर इश्क किया बेमतलब तू कहा, ढूंढे मुझको जहां तू खुद है लापता, रंग दे ये समा, रंग दे आसमां, रंग दे ये फिजा, टुकड़े जहां बन बख्शी दे वहाँ मंजिले, रंग दे ना 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 ना, रंग दे na 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 na, rinde rinde na 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 na, rinde rinde na 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 na, rinde rinde na 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 na, rinde.
They are the next artists. I think they have the next artist lined up, so they are saying that maybe a slot is about to get over, so you can just ask them.
Cool. Just ask them if you have any more time or we'll just start.
Okay, so there's one more song, like if you have any time or something, like just 5 minutes, I think. Thank you so much, by the way, it's fine.
I think she's just
After cutting short, she's
yeah. So cool.
You can just ask that.
Okay, yeah. So I just want to ask, like, if we can sing one more song that will just take 5 minutes, and like, if there's any, you know, if there's any chance. Otherwise, it's okay, no problem at all.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Loved
much.
it.
We really loved it to perform for you guys. We already humbled to being here.
Anybody commenting? Somebody comment, please. Replies. We need replies.
Might be.
Do we have some internet issue or what?
No, it's just
Thank you.
so much for playing.
It was amazing. You're welcome.
Sayoni.
Thank you.
No, thank you so much.
Cool. I think we're done now.
Okay.
Cool.
Thank you so much once again, Letters to Strangers. And one more, I would like to give a big thanks to the studio partner, RR Studio, is in Delhi, Faridabad. And that's possible because of their support. And thank you so much for inviting us here and to support the cause of fundraising for the frontline workers. That's the list we can do for them. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Arushi, thank you so much for inviting us in this event. I'd love to join again next time whenever it's possible. Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us. This was a really brilliant set. Thank you so much once again.
Okay, so we are done, right?
Yeah, the set's done.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Arushi. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all.
There's nothing that complements music like more music. Today was the first time we heard this band play live, and today will be the second time we'll hear Summer play live. Our chapter was called Letters to Strangers Bombay, and his single Sukoon was what Bombay soundtrack would be. He's a percussive fingerstyle guitarist and singer-songwriter from Bhopal who captures his feeling perfectly through music. He released his debut EP, Uruj, which received rave response and appreciation for its underlying wisdom and honesty. Last year, when he played for us, my co-founder and I relived the memory of watching him live together. A year later, I couldn't be happier to introduce him once again to you. I hope you're prepared to have goosebumps on your skin and have the widest smile on your face. Please welcome Cat Dad and our favorite Summer Mehdi.
Thank you so much. Salam shanti उन्हें है जो अभी यहीं प्याम प्यार का उन्हें भी जो यहाँ नहीं सलाम उन्हें तो है ही है बुलंदियों पे जो गिरे हुए को उठाए हैं जो है उन्हें भी सलाम शान से उन्हें है तो है ही जो पा चुके खुरूज जो डूब गए होने को पार है उन्हें भी सलाम Thank you. So my name is Samar Mehdi and I perform music in this form called percussive fingerstyle. What you just saw is called percussive fingerstyle. What I'm trying to do, as you can see, is emulate the sounds of multiple instruments on this acoustic guitar. I can sing a little and I just try to sort of create a band experience on this. And I've started doing that after giving up on my band because I tried for around 10 years and it just didn't work out. So I got so upset. And I said to myself, you know what, if I can't be in a band, then I will be a band. That's the whole story. Uh, This first song that I was singing is called Salam, which means peace. It's a way I like to welcome people to my set. Um, Thank you so much to Letter to Strangers for having me on this beautiful event, and to do this a second year running with you guys is more than anything is so validating. I know for sure that you guys love me as much as I love you guys. Uh, the instrumental that I played is called Uruj, and that was the name of my debut album. Huge shout out to Aman on the sound, who's making, like, he performs with me. I wanted him to be in the frame as well, but he absolutely does not want that, and that's all right. But if it sounds good to you, it's down to Aman as much as it is down to me. This next song is called Pare, which means going beyond something. I wrote this song when I was in Bombay, and I was there for a year, and it was, I learned more in that 1 year than I have in over decades in my hometown. And I can't wait to be back there because I love that city. But I felt like I was there for the wrong reasons the first time around. I joined in as a freelancer, but in a different space than music. And as you can probably notice, this is what I was born to do, and anything else doesn't matter what it was, just wouldn't be the same. So I was doing something that I wasn't really, I wasn't in love with to this extent. Let's just put it like that. And I was like, I hadn't slept in 3 days, and there was like this amazing computer screen right in front of me, full of colors, full of everything, but it is no substitute to actually being out there in nature. And I was missing that feeling so much, because I feel like I am a person who's born to be in the mountains, and that wasn't happening. I was nowhere near mountains. So long story short, Pare happened because I really wanted to go beyond that virtual wall so bad that it led to me leaving the city, leaving everything, leaving set path in my life, to completely breaking everything in terms of having a like a sure thing, and then going after this beautiful instrument and just coming up with my own music. And it was just, Pare just completely sums it up in that way. So here is Pare. If you've been trapped in routines yourself and you've wanted to break that, I think Pare is your song. Here we go. आओ देखे जरा कैसा लगता है जब हो बे आसमां सर ना ज़मीं पैर तले चल पड़े आओ देखे जरा हाथ खाली कर फायदे से मुनाफे से दायरों से जहन के चल पड़े चल पड़े किसी कच्चे रास्ते पर है निकल पक्के आंगन से है परे बंदिशों की घुटन से परे खुद से
सबसे परे देख वो कायनात रखी तेरे लिए देखें जरा ये लुत्फ कहाँ है सोने की चमक में है क्या सिक्कों की खनक में है क्या फिर बेजारी है क्यों ये दिल भारी है क्यों ये आईने में जो खड़ा है ये क्यों हंस पड़ा.
Thank you. There was some noise during the performance. All good? All right. That was Pare. This next song is, I mean, I'm told every time I go on, live on stage, and every now and then I'm talking to people who attend those shows, that it's something else to see like entire songs being played like this. But what if you play a song that we already know in your own style, so we can, really enjoy that style even more in that way? And I agree. Sometimes I have so many inspirations. So I thought I'll just pick one, a band that recently disbanded and broke my heart, and this is a tribute to them. This song is called Zinda. It really is really apt to the current scenario in the country as well. Ye hai meri kahani Zinda by Strings. Here is Zinda in my style. रहा है, एक दास्तां पुरानी, तन्हाई की जुबानी, हर जख्म खिल रहा है, कुछ मुझसे कह रहा है, चुभते कांटे यादों के दामन से चुनता हूँ, गिरती दीवारों के आंचल में जिंदा हूँ, बस ये मेरी कहानी बेनिशान निशानी, एक डर बह रहा है, कुछ मुझसे कह रहा है, चुभते कांटे यादों के दामन से चुनता हूँ, गिरती दीवारों के आंचल में जिंदा हूँ, बजाए प्यार की शबनम मेरे गुलिस्तां में, बरसते रहते हैं हर सिमत मौत की साए, स्याहियों में उलझ पड़ती हैं मेरी आंखें, कोई नहीं है, कोई भी नहीं जो बतलाए कि मैं कितनी देर इन जालों की राह देखूं, कोई नहीं है, कोई भी नहीं, न पास न दूर, ये प्यार है दिल की धड़कन, अपनी चाहत का जो ऐलान किए जाती है, जिंदगी है जो जिए जाती है, खून के घूंट पिए जाती है, ख्वाब आंखों से सिए जाती है, अपना कोई पास है फिर भी एहसास है, सियाहियों में खुलची पड़ी जीने की एक आस है, यादों का चमकल ये दिल कांटों से जलथल ये चुभते कांटे यादों के दामन से चुनता हूँ, गिरती दीवारों के आंचल में जिंदा हूँ। Thank you. It's going to take a moment, tune up my guitar, also get out of the zone of the song. And what better a song to play after that? It's the one that you mentioned and you said that you like it and I hope you love it. It's called Sukoon and I dedicate it to every member of Letters to Strangers. I did this with Roshni last year and that's going to be my next release, probably in early August. So watch out for that. Here is Sukoon, dedicated to all the beautiful people working at Letters to Strangers. Check. गुमसुम है क्यों, परेशान है क्यों, है नूर के सागर तू हैरान है क्यों, मुझसे कहे ये खामोशियाँ कि छुपा लूं तुझे अपनी बाहों में यूं, कि तेरे दिल को राहत दे सकूं, कि तेरी रूह तक पहुंचा दूं सुकून। गुमसुम है क्यों, परेशान है क्यों। कहे बिन कहे जो आहों से, छुए बिन छुए ऐसी वो लिखी है जो बात आहों में, पढ़े बिन पढ़े ऐसी वो दिल तेरा दुखे, तू मेरी पलकों पे नमी सा एहसास है। गुमसुम है क्यों, परेशान है क्यों, है नूर के सागर तू हैरान है क्यों, मुझसे कहें ये खामोशियाँ कि छुपा लूं तुझे अपनी बाहों में यूं, कि तेरे दिल को राहत दे सकूं, कि तेरी रूह तक पहुंचा दूं सुकून, कि तेरे दिल को राहत दे सकूं, कि तेरी रूह तक पहुंचा दूं सुकून। Hope you like that. Are there comments that you can read? Yeah, read some of them to me. I need some validation. Awesome. Perfect. Receiving 10,000 next Zoom hearts. Awesome. Let me ask Aman, what do you want me to play next? Because I have, we can play Iltija, we can play Roshni, we can play Martaban, Azad. Those are the two last. Yeah? And Roshni as well, I think. Aman helped me set up the visual side of things as well. All right, here is Roshni. Completely gonna botch this because I haven't practiced this in ages. Oh, you wanna hear Iltija? Yeah, let's do like the original version of Iltija. It used to be called Do Pal Ke Liye. I was in college. That's it. Had my heart broken. And this was to wish the person farewell and, you know, good riddance. This is harder to play.
हुए जुदा जब से हम तुमसे, और करीब आ गए तुम हमसे, हुए जुदा जब से हम तुमसे, और करीब आ गए तुम हमसे, कैसे तुमसे कहें, कैसे ये गम सहे, फिर तो पल के लिए छू लो हमें, दो पल के लिए गले लगा लो ना, फिर दो पल के लिए मुस्कुरा दो, दो पल के लिए ये गम चुरा लो। सुना है यूं हर एक रास्ता, कि हर जर्रे का हो तुम से वास्ता, सुना है यूं हर एक रास्ता, हर जर्रे का हो तुम से वास्ता, चुपके से आ जाओ, और ना तड़पाओ, फिर दो पल के लिए छू लो हमें, दो पल के लिए गले लगा लो ना, फिर दो पल के लिए मुस्कुरा दो, दो पल के लिए ये गम चुरा लो।
Thank you. Last song. 7:15 I think. इसमें तो आजाद takes that long. Right, this final song is called Azad. I hope you had fun during my set. Azad. I mean, you can interpret it in any different way you want. For me, The original story, so to speak, was that I had created this very convenient hole in the ground. I was living there, and there was really beautiful lighting, and everything was according to my convenience. Um, but the truth was, I was really scared of stepping out of that hole, and you know, just sitting with it over a period of time, the fear just started fading, and all I had to do was hang on, which everyone was telling me. And I just hated everyone who told me to hang on. Hey, just hang in there. That's one of the worst things you can say to someone in that place. But I did. I somehow stuck around, and that pointlessness of it all, that fear started leaving my body, and I started wondering. That childlike curiosity started coming back, and I was like, hey, what used to be there, up, like I'm so far below that I've forgotten what it was like up there. So you know what, I'll just start climbing up again. So I climb and I fall back, I slip, I try again and I slip, I try again and I slip, and the final remnants of that fear uh, eventually leave. And there's nothing stopping a fearless person. So when I finally just stuck in my all of my fingers into the ground, and I just climb back up, and the first ray of light that struck my skin, that's where the song was born. And it's very simple. It says, आज मैं आजाद हूं तो ये तय हो गया, और ये तय करने वाला मैं हूं. Here is Azad.
रहा है कि दिल का मौसम बदल रहा है खुल गया आसमां मैं आजाद हूँ हाँ 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 मैं आजाद हूँ हाँ 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 मैं आजाद हूँ अपना रोको कि मैं चल चुका हूँ कि गिरते गिरते संभल चुका हूँ ऐ मुश्किलों सुनो मैं आजाद हूँ हाँ 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 मैं आजाद हूँ हो हाँ 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 मैं आजाद हूँ Di da 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 di da 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 di da 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 di da da pa 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 di da 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 di da 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 pa 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 di da 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 di da 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 di da 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 di da da pa 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 di da 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 di da 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 di da 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 di da da pa 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 di da 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 di da 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 di da 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 di da da pa 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 di da 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 di da da dum dum dum. Oh man, this part was supposed to be sung by all of you. Patiently waiting for us to return to the actual live experience. आज मैं आजाद हूँ तो ये दिल हो गया आज मैं आजाद हूँ सच कही कहकशां आज मैं आजाद हूँ गूंजती है फिजा आज मैं आजाद हूँ खुल गए आज मैं आजाद हूँ तो ये तय हो गया. Thank you so much. My name is Samar Mehdi. On the sound was Aman Arak. Love you, Letters to Strangers. Thank you everyone who joined us. Please find me on all my socials. See you guys.
Thank you so much. That was as wonderful as we remembered it, if not more. And thank you so much for joining us again this year. It was our pleasure to have you and Aman here.
Thank you so much.
To follow that beautiful act up, we have another singer-songwriter. The year 2020 saw this artist put out 2 EPs. Her debut 7-track offering, Things I Saw in a Dream, came out in August, and the 4-track Seas, which released at the end of September 2020. Her song Flesh and Bones is a personal favorite. She told Rolling Stone she hasn't stopped since she tapped into her creativity as a storyteller, and we're glad she hasn't. Please welcome Anushka.
Hi, can you hear me well?
Yep, you're audible.
Hi there. Thank you so much for that introduction. And thank you guys so much for having me. And thank you for doing this. I'm incredibly happy to be here and to be able to contribute in the little way that I can and sing a couple of songs for you guys today. All right. Okay, so I think I'm going to start with I think it's safe to say that this song is one of my favorites that I've written. It's also one of my latest releases. It's called Empire of Fear. And Empire of Fear was written during the first lockdown. And I had developed by around September sometime I wrote it, and I had developed a sort of anxiety towards checking my phone, towards just being on social media, even opening my news apps, because every time I was opening my phone, whether or not I wanted to, I would see something incredibly tragic. And while that was incredibly tough and I wanted to distance myself from social media and such, I also felt like the least I could do was stay updated and know what's happening in the world, right? So Empire of Fear is about that very dilemma. And I hope that you enjoy it. Also, you'll have to excuse me. My throat is not in the best condition. I'm kind of recovering from a sore throat. But here we go. This one's called Empire of Fear, and I hope you enjoy it. Oops, sorry, I'm so sorry. Let me just check that my mic is fine. Hey, did you? All right, let's go. Hey, did you hear? The empire's fallen from fear. The things that we all held dear have been burned to the ground. Hey, can you see? All that clearly shouldn't be. We're all here bending our knees, but it feels like the weight of the world is on me. I've been spending my days in a haze of vast technicolor, our minds like no other. I could shake, I could break free, but hold for a second, another tragedy beckons. Oh. Hey, do you know all that counts to show? At the end of this long road is the way that we loved and the way that we showed it. I've been spending my days in a haze of a vast technicolor, our minds like no other. I could shake, I could break free, but hold for a second, another tragedy beckons. Oh, oh. Hey, can we run far from what we have done? Where it's easy living as one, we'll be beaming just like the sun. Somewhere over rainbow ends is where my heart truly that was Empire of Fear, and I really hope you guys enjoyed that. Um, all right. What should I do next for you guys? All right. So I'm gonna do something I've written fairly recently. It's not out or anything yet, but this one's called Hollow. Um, I think that I'm generally, or at least I try to be as positive a person as much of the time as I can. Um, it's something that I very consciously try to imbibe within myself, and I try to spread in the surrounding that I'm in as well. But Hollow comes from a pretty dark time in my life when every day it was incredibly tough to see the light. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I'll let the song do the do the talking. All right, so this one's called Hollow, and I hope that you enjoy it. There was sun the other day and I felt hollow. There's still sweetness in the way that we feel sorrow. And I haven't even tried, but I've been failing all my life. But today, a drink will suffice. Ooh. I've been breathing in a freedom begged and borrowed. There's no sign of ownership in my tomorrow. Guess I'll give in to the game where my mind's easier to tame, or so I'll say. Guess I'm just restless today. Ooh. They're much louder, all the thoughts that I keep swallowed. Peace of mind slowly drowned in water shallow. But I'll do it anyway, silence the mouth for its own sake, or so I think. I'll know for sure at the brink. New summer air covers skin that has nothing left to wear. But season's just affairs, there's nothing there but mind impaired. There was sun the other day and I felt hollow. There's still sweetness in the way that we feel sorrow. And I haven't even tried, but I've been failing all my life. But today, a drink will suffice. All right, that was Hollow, and I hope that you enjoyed it. I'm going to take a small hydration break and take this as a reminder for you guys to drink water as well. I don't know. I just find it super weird to just pause and have everybody watch you drink water from your bottle. But anyway, moving on. I hope you guys are having a good time. That was hollow. All right, so I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna do the title track for my first release, which was last August. This is the title track for my EP. Yeah, sorry, album. Things I Saw in a Dream. And so this, I think this the songwriting for this went a little differently. I was having this entire month of like these incredibly weird dreams, absurd, fantastical dreams, and one day I decided to wake up, jot it all down, and see what it would be like if I turned it into a song. And it kind of ended up sounding like a love song. It's not really, but this is Things I Saw in a Dream, ladies and gentlemen. Oops. All right, Things I Saw in a Dream. You've got your hair darker than the midnight, unwavering glare, sharper than the daylight. I tell you, I try. Bending the light to suit my operation, silhouette lines of an apparition. Dressed like the man on the boat, we'll sit and we float away. I can tell from the look on your face, you'd follow me anywhere. Lucid in state, I did my calculations. I made a friend of these hallucinations. Just like the man on the boat, we sit and we float away. I can tell from the look on your face, you'd follow me anywhere. You'd follow me anywhere. That was Things I Saw in a Dream, which I hope you enjoyed. Geez, I really need to find other things to say in between. Thank you guys so much for your comments. I can see them coming in. So sweet. Thank you guys so much. All right. I'm actually relatively happy with how non-tired I am, despite like having just recovered, because usually my own songs, like I'm not able to sing after like a recovery, so I was really worried that would happen today, but I feel good. All right, I'm glad I feel good, and I hope you guys are feeling good too. I hope you guys are having a good night, and I hope the performances have been great. Once again, thank you guys so much for organizing this. I'm incredibly happy to be here. The next song I'm gonna do is called So Long Already Again. Um, it's a song about long distance, and it's something that it's one of my most, yeah, it's a pretty recent piece of work. This one is called So Long Already Again, and I hope you enjoy it. See, I clearly need to find something better to say. Oops. Yikes. I'm so sorry, that's too high. You'd expect to be acclimatized to dinner time at sunrise. You wouldn't struggle with your sleep at night once you break in your new mattress. These things you know to be true. A tested process follows through, but the case this time around falls unprecedented somehow. I'm closing my eyes and parting my lips, and there's still no excuse. I get with the times, but I can't get used to the distance so long already again. Where's the comfort in familiarity? Frequent flyer miles that I never see. There's been talk of us in towns in the sky. Even angels start the same old goodbyes. Even time I've left you far behind. In every possible light, it still doesn't sit right. These things you know to be true. A tested process follows through, but the case this time around falls unprecedented somehow. I'm closing my eyes, I'm parting my lips, and there's still no excuse. I get with the times, but I can't get used to the distance so long already again. Oh. That was So Long Already Again, and that is the last song I had for you guys. I hope you all enjoyed this little set I had, and I hope you guys continue to enjoy the rest of the night Once again, thank you guys so much for having me. Thank you guys so much for doing this incredibly important thing. I hope that I hope that your entire event went really well. And everyone here, I hope you're taking care of yourselves, or at least trying to, whether it's your mental health or your physical health. I hope that you have people to talk to. I hope that if you feel like you need to, you reach out to people. And I hope that you have the strength to do whatever it is that can help you. And yeah, that'll be all from me tonight. Thank you guys again so much. And adios. Oops.
Hi everyone. Seeing my face again. Sorry about that. Um, we will be waiting for our next artist. Hopefully, she'll be here in 5 minutes. Otherwise, we will just move on to the next person. But I hope you guys are enjoying so far, and I hope you guys have been having a great time. Um, yeah, you can just leave some comments about your favorite set. Um, who was your favorite? Um, what did you enjoy the most about today? With my partner in crime, Ritika, will also be here to talk to me. So, yes, Naomi, loved it too.
You know what? This has been such an amazing Sunday so far. Um, I think this is the only weekend that I'm going to remember from this entire month. Apart from the preparations, of course. The preparations I will never forget until my last breath.
The email queen. Yes, I think you deserve an award for just putting out so many emails. I'd hand you one if I wait. Just pretend like I'm handing you an award and this is the ceremony. Oh, okay. So our next artist is here, and please give me a minute. Okay, so a key aspect of our work and journey as a team has always been to bring out the association between the power of poetry, storytelling, and mental well being, something that the art of spoken word encompasses perfectly. Our next performer, Nandini Varma, is a poet whose words and narration have never failed to touch our hearts. She is also a research scholar at the University of Delhi and has co founded Airplane Poetry Movement, a platform through which she mentors young and upcoming poets across the country and has even received a mention on the Forbes Asia 30 Under 30 list for her work. So please give it up for Nandini.
Thank you so much, Amulya. Thank you for having me. It's such a pleasure to be here because I was reading about your work and I was watching some of the interviews that you all did on Instagram and the kind of work that you're doing, and it's just so beautiful and important. When you sent me the invite first, I'm very deeply right now in research, so my days have been quite hectic. But seeing the kind of work that you do, I couldn't say no to this. So everybody who's joined in today, thank you so much for contributing to the kind of work that Letters to Strangers, the entire team does. And what I'm going to do is I'd like to read out some poems for you. And I'll see how the time is and accordingly decide whether I'd like to read 2 or 3 poems. But the first one is something that I wrote recently. It's actually recently, meaning in the last 6 months, and it's a pandemic poem. Things have not been great, and it's a poem that naturally came to me. So it's called Nocturne, which is a nocturne is essentially a nighttime poem. So it's called Nocturne. What does one do in the face of uncertainty? The moon pierces its finger through my window. Stars tease through the door. No one in the sky has received the memo yet. My father keeps returning through the sun on warm afternoons. I lie on my bed, and the rat sinks its teeth into my upturned shoes. In the apartment across mine, a couple lets their lid off, their screams turn into scowls, cigarettes lie buttered onto their floor. Sheetal, who comes to help with the food, will iron the edges of her sari and have nowhere to go. The sun will douse its light over the moon, but that's for tomorrow. Tonight, a boy with a half-grown mustache will disappear like smoke. And day after day, we collect trash cans, we'll collect trashy magazines, we'll keep ghosts away from our children. No shadows will dance under the sun, no house guests will arrive at our doors. Trepidation is terror disguised in royal clothes. Everyone is in close proximity to death. We shrink through our bodies, but have disappeared into gravel already. And outside, no one knows how the trucks lined on highways will receive the warning. And no one arrives at railway lines in Bombay, their steel made out of its lonely people. Tables screech around the TV, earphones wrap themselves around like saris, lip balm stretch the cracks on my lips. I hold a torch in my chest and follow my heart's rumble. I throw an empty bait into my body. A fish swims from underneath my palms, and I stare at myself in its paling eye bags. We are so different. We are fire and the wood that burns within it. My mother calls the rest of the family, checks for fevers, running nose, dry throats, calls my name enough. The supporting wheels of the bicycles of kids from the second floor will become caverns for our wild, fugitive hearts to take shelter in. So that's the first poem. And the other one is something that I wrote sometime in December 2019 when things were going really bad in Delhi. There was a lot of violence that was happening, and I was just thinking about how much we depend on each other for beauty and survival. And this is a poem that came out of that. So it's called A Poem for Tonight. In my dreams, I'm imitating a dragon-tailed butterfly. It's the only way I can show you what a universe looks like caught mid-sky. How its wings flutter against the wind, how its tail moves like the rudders of a boat. Beauty is a thing we have trusted each other with. So is survival, life catching another life. A woman bends over water, Dances to her reflection, a cartographer's nightmare, so fluid she could be the ocean and the sound underneath it. Above her, a red-breasted bird balances on a tree and for the first time sees a portrait of itself in the sea. Here, its bandaged arm, here, a ticketed eye that has traveled the world. Beauty is a thing we've trusted each other with. So when the curtains part, when the rain pours in, when we stand at the edge of a cliff with our fingers rolled in, when the street lights become too dim and the last passenger leaves the last train, let us turn ruins into monuments for the birds to sleep in. Let their paintings hang in soft colors in the museums built for them. Let the only language of unconcern be to forget to hold on to our names and in all our forgiveness. For the train ride, the street light, the thunderstorm, let our wind chimes speak of the trusting palms that we left behind, that we take into our dreams tonight and come out still dancing in inimitable freedom, the wings, the tail, all. Uh, that was the second poem. Um, I think I've got some more time with me. Amulya, can you confirm if I should do another poem?
Oh, yeah, you can go ahead.
All right. So this is probably going to be a last one, a short one that I wrote. So I come from a family where we've kept dogs throughout. My grandparents have been very fond of dogs. So this is a poem that I wrote. It's called A Dog Named Ordinary, and I wrote this last year. So I was going through a bunch of, a lot of these friends were putting up pictures of their pets and their dogs and cats, and they had such interesting names. And we had some very ordinary name for our dog. And I was just thinking about it, and I was also thinking that it didn't make the dog less ordinary. So this is a poem called A Dog Named Ordinary. My grandmother slips into her sleep when the dining table is shaken by a noise, her ears bend bones like a sickle. See the pet dog with an ordinary name walk with lazy footsteps, as if bees softened their sting and sat on his back, befriending him. There's nothing to chase if you look beyond the purple sky and find in the deepest waters fish nourishing their empty stomachs with bones and weed come to life through a losing breath of a weed. A dog named Ordinary minds his own business, strolls in okay footpaths, leashless like the moon. My grandmother sleeps in her chair. It is still morning, and pets and grandmothers have always known this, that they were born to be best friends. Their breath, the calmness of a town that has come to rest. Uh, so that was the final poem. Um, Thank you so much for having me, guys. And all the best with the work that you're doing. It's really so wonderful. I hope the rest of the sessions are going fine. Um,
Thank you
thank
so
you.
much. Your
Thank,
poetry was really good. So
thank you.
it was
Thank
such
you.
a pleasure hearing you and seeing you. So yeah, thank you so much. I hope you have a great
Thank
night.
you for having me. You too. Bye bye.
Bye.
Hello, am. I have no. I have no idea for better or for worse, but I'm here again.
Yes, we're back. Sorry, you guys, you have to keep seeing us. I mean, it's okay.
I mean, you can look at Amulya. She looks so pretty with those your earrings are actually really pretty. I should have told you that in the beginning itself. But also,
Thank
please,
Yeah, I bought these off Amazon because they were coming for cheap, and I was like, give it to me." So, yeah, oh yes, women supporting each other, wonderful.
we
Um,
got so many good female artists this
I
weekend.
know it's been so great to just sit and listen. It's like they're like fairies, just glitter, glitter everywhere. Just makes my heart so full. But yeah, I think this weekend has definitely been, aside from the fact that we had to put this together, I think this weekend has just been
I'm just
magic.
going to ignore that part. Like that part didn't happen. Only this event happened for me.
Just magically brought this out. for, for all the sleepless nights, worth it. Yes. I mean, I was medicated, so I can't say if I was sleepless. But yeah, definitely. I think, but also thank you to the audience, I guess, genuinely for being like,
Hi,
great
Ashwin.
audiences.
Hi
Hello.
guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna do a quick sound check for you guys. So just let me know if you can hear the guitar and the voice together. Okay, just 1 second. Is everything all
If you'd
right?
like, you can keep on doing the sound check. I think we would be satisfied in this much.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. You guys are really sweet. Right, so I'm gonna begin with my set now. Right. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Ashwin Advani. I'm a singer-songwriter from Indore, and I have been making music since the last, I'd say, 5 or 6 years, and I've been putting music out for the past 2 years. I have a lot of songs out, um, and I have a lot more that are going to come out really, really soon. And I can't wait for you guys to hear those songs. One of them I'm going to play for you guys tonight. It's an exclusive. I have played it at a few places, but then it hasn't come out, and it's gonna come out really soon, and I'm gonna play that song for you guys tonight. First of all, I would just like to thank It Is to Strangers for having me on here. It's such a pleasure to be a part of this cause, and just I'm just really grateful to be performing for you guys tonight. Thank you so much, everyone who's joined and who has paid for the tickets and is listening tonight. The first song that I'm gonna sing for you guys, it's called "Mila Hai Jab Se Tu." It was the first song that I ever put out, and I wrote this song. I started writing this song when I was 16, 15 or 16. I wrote the first 4 lines and I forgot about it, and then I picked it up again in 2018. It talks about teenage infatuation and how just one person comes into your life and makes everything super easy for you and blurs away all the negativity. So if you have that person in your life, just hold on to them. This one's called Milai Jab Se Tu. प्यार की तलाश में मैं दौड़ता चला, दौड़ भाग के आखिर आ गए कहाँ। प्यार की तलाश में मैं दौड़ता चला, दौड़ भाग के आखिर आ गए कहाँ। नाम समझा कि तू है वो जो दिल है ढूंढता, नाम समझा कि तू है वो जो दिल में है छिपा। जिस तरह से तूने मुझको अपना कहा, सच कहूँ तो सच नहीं सपना लगा। क्या मैं वो हूँ जो शायद तेरा दिल है ढूंढता, क्या मैं वो हूँ, क्या मैं भी तेरे दिल में हूँ बता। अनजान था क्या है ये भला, ना मैं जानू ना तू जाने हम हैं गुम कहाँ। सबसे पूछता रहा खुद में सोचता रहा, तुझसे मिलके ये है जाना यूं। मिला है जब से तू मैं डूबा यूं, मिला है जब से तू। ये चुप चुपा के मिलना बता क्या रहा है, कानों में ये हल्के से सुना क्या रहा है। कैसे मिले हम इस भीड़ में, जाने ना कहाँ से आई तकदीर में। वो अजीब बातें वो सुहानी शामें, रातों की नींदों में दिखा क्या रहा है। कोई दूर जो खड़ा है वो जिद पे क्यों अड़ा है, इस तरह से कुछ से मैं बस खुद से कह रहा हूँ। अपने मखमली लफ्जों तले एक घड़ी छिपा रखी, जिसमें वक्त गुजरता नहीं और रुकता भी नहीं। साजों की सिलवटों में एक खामोशी की तलाश है, जहाँ कोई तकरीर नहीं कोई दास्तां नहीं। ख्यालों के है शोले कहीं और कहीं पिघलती बर्फ, धीमी सी एक आगोश में अनसुने कुछ हर्फ कहीं। 2 3 गो थम गया कहीं और जिंदगी चलती रही। सब हुए गुम कभी तो हम बिखरे ही सही। यूं मिला है जब से तू मैं डूबा यूं, मिला है जब से तू यूं, मिला है जब से तू। मैं उड़ रहा हूँ मिला है जब से तू। ना 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 ना। So that was Mila Hai Jab Se Tu. I really hope you guys are enjoying this. I'm just gonna fix this for just a second. Cool. All right, so I think everyone should stay hydrated, and even if you're just watching this, I think you should keep drinking water. So this is your sign to drink water. Before I start the next song, I just want to tell you a little story behind the next song. A lot of times when, usually in a relationship, when you have someone in your life and they do all these little things uh, that you sort of take for granted. um, all these little things like bringing someone ice cream when they're feeling low, taking them for a drive when the weather is right, bringing them a blanket when they're feeling cold. All these little things people sort of take for granted, and so did I. And I wanted to stop that from happening. And I wanted to keep all those little things, immortal in the form of a song. Yeah, yeah, keep honking. So I wanted to keep all those little things immortal in the form of a song, and I wrote Parchaiyon Mein. It was the second song that I put out, and it talks about all those little things in a relationship that people usually take for granted. So if you're one of them who, has been doing that and has been sleeping on someone who does little things for you, stop doing that. And yeah. मैं सोचूं हर घड़ी के तू ना हो तो मैं नहीं, दुनिया से लड़ पड़ता मैं तुझ पे आके हूँ सही, फिरता हर रात में हर बात क्यों लगती नहीं, क्यों बैठूं चुप ऐसे, क्या है ये जादूगरी के दिल मेरा बनता है दुनिया एक अपनी सी, दिल कभी चुप जाए ख्वाबों में तेरे ही परछाइयों में भी, देखता हूँ तुझको ही गहराइयां दिल की, गुनगुनाती है धुन तेरी परछाइयों में भी, देखता हूँ तुझको ही कह दूं दुनिया से भी, तू किस्मत है मेरी। तेरे आने से मैंने जाने हैं सब रास्ते, जाना मैंने खुद को मिटाए खुद से फासले, तू जब भी हो खफा खुशियों से भर दूं राहें मैं, मिलने के तुझसे करता फिरता हूँ बहाने मैं, कि दिल मेरा चुनता है हर राहें तुझ तक जो ले जाए, थम जाए ख्यालों में तेरे ही परछाइयों में भी, देखता हूँ तुझको ही गहराइयां दिल की, गुनगुनाती है धुन तेरी परछाइयों में भी, देखता हूँ तुझको ही कह दूं दुनिया से भी, तू किस्मत है मेरी। So this is my favorite part of the song. कह दे तू दिल तेरा कहने से जो घबराए, बिन बोले बिन पूछे मुझको तुझ तक ले जाए, कह दे तू दिल तेरा कहने से जो घबराए, बिन बोले बिन पूछे क्यों तुझ तक ले जाए, परछाइयों में भी देखता हूँ तुझको ही गहराइयां दिल की, गुनगुनाती है तेरी परछाइयों में भी, देखता हूँ तुझको ही कह दूं दुनिया से भी, तू किस्मत है मेरी। Right, so that was Parchaiyon Mein. I really hope you enjoyed it. And if you want to listen to all these songs, they are out on all streaming platforms. You can just go on there and search my name, and these songs will pop up. Thank you so much, guys. You have been amazing on the chat as well. I've been reading all those texts as they pop up. Um, Thank you so much for having me here. I'm gonna play my last song for tonight, and
Hi. We just have a small request.
just a second. I can't hear you. Just a second. Yeah,
We have a small request.
yeah,
You happen to know Little Things by One Direction?
yeah. I do. But I'll have to see if I can sing that.
Yeah, could you please sing that for us? Because we'd be so grateful for that.
Um, I know the song, but I don't know if I can like play it correctly. I don't want to mess it up. So
That's not a problem. You can just sing it and we'd be okay with that.
Yeah,
okay.
honestly,
Just let me just see if I can
thank you so much.
let me try that. Yeah. Mm. I'm gonna mess up the lyrics really bad, so I'm apologizing in advance for that. Your hand fits in mine like made just for me, but better in mine it was meant to be. And I'm joining up the dots with the freckles on your cheeks, and I follow them endlessly. I know you've never loved the sound of your voice on tape. You never want to know how much you weigh. You still have to squeeze into your jeans, but you're perfect to me. I won't let these little things slip out of my mouth, but 'cause it's you, oh, it's you, they add up to, and I'm in love with you. And all these little things, and I won't let these little things slip out of my mind. 'Cause it's you, oh, it's you, and they add up to, I'm in love with you. And all these little things.
Thank you so much. That was so good.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you
Yeah,
so much. You can perform your the one that you had in mind. Yes, thank you so much.
yeah. Right, so this is gonna be my last song for tonight. You guys have been amazing, and this song hasn't come out yet, and I really am counting on it to actually come out sometime in the future, because I've been waiting on this song to release for the past 1 year. But there are a lot of things that go on behind making the song, and a lot of reasons that decide whether or not the song comes out or not. I wrote this song last year before, no, during the lockdown. As soon as the lockdown hit, um, I wrote this song about distance and how distance sucks. It's yeah, it's just a very special song. It's called Kyun Nahi, and I hope this one makes you cry. कल तो मिले थे अब यूं मिलना गवारा नहीं है, अब जाने कैसे कह दूं मिलना दोबारा कहीं है। कल तो मिले थे अब यूं मिलना गवारा नहीं है, अब जाने कैसे कह दूं मिलना दोबारा कहीं है। हर राह में मैं तेरी राह देखता हूँ, हर जिक्र में मैं तेरा जिक्र यूं करूं कि तेरी आदतें सभी बन के ख्वाब रह गए। ये मजबूरियां कैसी दूरियां तू साथ क्यों नहीं, अब हर दिन मुश्किल लगे रातें मुझसे कहे कि तेरा जिक्र हो यहाँ फिक्र हो तू पास क्यों नहीं। हो 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 हो। कुछ किस्से तू सुन लेना, कुछ किस्से मैं सुन लूंगा, किस्सों के कारवां में ये फासले सह लूंगा। कुछ किस्से तू सुन लेना, कुछ किस्से मैं सुन लूंगा, किस्सों के कारवां में ये फासले सह लूंगा। उन लम्हों को मैं आजकल रोज जीता हूँ, उन लम्हों से मिलता है इस दिल को सुकून कि तेरी आदतें सभी बन के ख्वाब रह गई। ये मजबूरियां कैसी दूरियां तू साथ क्यों नहीं, अब हर दिन मुश्किल लगे रातें मुझसे कहे कि तेरा जिक्र हो यहाँ फिक्र हो तू पास क्यों नहीं। इन फासलों से कह दो देखूंगा फिर से मैं तुझे, इन दायरों में रह के दिन आएंगे फिर मिलने के। इन फासलों से कह दो देखूंगा फिर से मैं तुझे, इन दायरों में रह के दिन आएंगे फिर मिलने के। कि तेरी आदतें सभी बन के ख्वाब रह गई, ये मजबूरियां कैसी दूरियां तू साथ क्यों नहीं, अब हर दिन मुश्किल लगे रातें मुझसे कहे कि तेरा जिक्र हो यहाँ फिक्र हो तू पास क्यों नहीं। हो 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 Alright, so that was Kyun Nahi, and that was my final song. I hope you guys had a great time. I had an amazing time performing for you guys, and your messages on the chat have been really, really sweet. Thank you so much, Letters to Strangers, for having me here and all that you've been doing. You guys are amazing. I'm so glad to be a part of this. And thank you so much, each and everyone who has joined and paid for the tickets and watched the show throughout. Yeah, it's been really fun. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us this evening and for trusting us to listen to your song before it's even come out. We really loved it, and I'm sure that when people listen to the song on all streaming platforms, they'll love it too. Thank you so much once again for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
So that, as you know, was our last performance for the July 2021. I cannot believe that it's been a year since the first time we did this. What started as a team of 3 people has now bloomed into a team of over 70 people with 13 chapters across the country. We were initially just a small chapter in the city of Bombay, and we've now become a chapter with across 13 cities, as I said before. We've raised over 20,000 rupees this year to help out with therapy for frontline workers, mental health resources for volunteers who've been doing any sort of work with COVID. We've had some brilliant therapists partner up with us, and we're so thankful for your support and for everyone who's come and performed for us this year, who got in touch with us, who thanked us for the work that we've been doing. You keep us going every single day. Last but not the least, I have to thank my team. The July event is an event that involves multiple people, especially those who head departments. They are called upon at ungodly hours to come and send emails to artists, to send 100 follow-up emails, because you will get a reply if you send those many emails. Reaching out to people, having backup artists, scheduling emails. I think Ritika has sent out over 1,000 emails in the last 2 months. Amulya has scheduled so many emails and panels till we finalized the ones that we did. Naomi and I have spoken to every single artist who's performed this year so many times to ensure that they had a good time and that we were the platform they were looking for. So to everyone that chose to join us this year, thank you so much. And hopefully next year we get to see you without the Zoom boxes. And we look forward to doing the July event again, if everything permits, because we've enjoyed the process of curating the July event and we'd love to do it again. Thank you so much.
Naomi, do you have anything to say?
I did, but Arishi pretty much resonated everything that I had to say.
Last parting words before we wait. It's not like we're gonna not see each other, but
I still think you and Ritika should start a podcast.
we
Because y'all can
will.
just come up with something on the spot and there's like a full conversation.
Yes, but
I think you spoke about your hairstyle for like 5 minutes.
yes, thank you. I did this on impulse, as usual. Yes, but wow, sorry. Wait,
So
Ritik, do you have anything to say?
We'll officially be ending the event now. Thank you so much for joining us. And the message that we've always espoused is that be kind to yourself, be kind to others, and always ensure that you are kind to yourself and put yourself on the list. With the pandemic, that gets difficult, but I hope you take care of yourself and your loved ones, and we'll see you soon again. And you can reach out to us on all social media. And Naomi will be the one to respond to you, and she'll do it before your message is, even sent. That's how good she is. So we'll see you soon. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.